Chapter 1772. 100 years passed. Yi Tong tried to cross the tribulation again, hoping to step into the great emperor realm and defy the heavens to change the laws of the great Tao in order to stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Unfortunately, he failed. In the following years, he persevered, wanting to break the unchanging curse. In a situation where there were great emperors who achieved the Tao first, he still wanted to make the final leap and realize the legend of all great emperors coexisting. The result was tragic. He was seriously injured again and again, on the verge of death. He shed blood in the cosmos, unable to change the current situation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's imprint had long been imprinted in the great cosmos' heavenly heart. Now, the Tao was supreme and the myriad Tao was united. It was blessed by the heavens, and no one could shake its foundation. Even if he died, this Tao would not scatter for 10,000 years. From a certain perspective, this was already not him suppressing it, but rather the embodiment of the heavens' laws. And during these years, Yi Fan also moved out, entering the life-restricted regions several times to confront the primeval sovereigns. He even fought against the incarnations of a few people. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his might shaking the cosmos. He would definitely obtain something each time. He would either bring out the prehistoric monolith from the restricted regions, obtain the immortal divine spring, or move the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. During this period of time, great tribulations would happen from time to time, especially when Yi Fan confronted the restricted region's supreme beings. There would be supreme lightning tribulations in the sea of primal chaos, and no one knew who was crossing them. In the blink of an eye, 700 years had passed since the Battle of Ascension ended. Yi Tong crossed the tribulation again, and most of his body entered the great emperor realm. He hoped to advance a step further. And this time, the heavenly tribulation was unimaginably powerful. The entire cosmos was shaken, and endless rivers of stars were smashed apart. Yi Fan had no choice but to come into the world and create the world, creating the sun, moon, and stars to prevent the great cosmos from being damaged. The performance of the master and disciple pair shocked everyone in the great cosmos. The great life-restricted regions were all silent, unable to say anything. Those great stars were like fireworks that bloomed one after another. Even though they were beautiful, the moment they withered was so sad. The great tribulation of the cosmos shook the world. Yi Tong's great tribulation was unprecedented for him. The heavens and realms were filled with lightning, shaking the past, present, and future. Yi Fan silently took action, creating the stars of fortune in the shattered sky ruins. Gods and devils were subdued, all life trembling. One was destroying a world, one was creating a world. The entire world was shocked. This time, no one came to interfere. In fact, ever since Yi Fan used the cauldron of myriad qi to intimidate the forbidden area, no one else dared to make a move. They were afraid that they would anger Yi Fan and cause him to immediately start a battle in the forbidden area. Because these people weren't ready yet. Silver snakes danced wildly, and the chaos was like an ocean. The entire starry sky experienced a great calamity that was rarely seen since the beginning of time. Yi Tong's body was covered in blood, and he was suppressed by the great Tao. He kept attacking, but in the end, he could not withstand the suppression of the heavens. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell down. "Senior brother!" In the distance, Xianxia shouted. She wanted to rush over, but Komatsu held her back. Endless symbols descended from the sky, every single one of them a type of powerful Tao mark. They all smashed onto Yi Tong's body, piercing through him, turning him into a sieve. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. This was even more terrifying than having one's body crushed and bones crushed. This was the punishment of the heavens, the result of being suppressed by all Tao. He suffered great Tao injuries that couldn't be healed, his entire life possibly crippled because of this. There was someone who became an emperor first and conformed with the will of the heavens. It is difficult to change, and the legend cannot be broken. Forcefully breaking through will only cause one to suffer the most terrifying backlash. Since ancient times, no one has been able to transcend, and it is difficult to coexist as an emperor. No one has succeeded since the beginning of time. A cold voice sounded from within the forbidden region. Yi Fan frowned, and no one dared to approach. He was the only one who rushed in and caught his disciple who fell from the sea of lightning. During this process, the endless primal chaos, lightning and immortal shadows struck his body, but only wisps of smoke rose. They couldn't injure his body at all. This result was shocking. Yi Fan hadn't displayed his true strength for so many years. Even when he went to the forbidden region, he didn't reveal his trump cards. No one knew exactly how strong he was. Now, the lightning couldn't invade his body, and the 10,000 techniques couldn't touch him. He had suppressed all the supreme experts in the present world. Xianxia, wake up! Yi Fan hugged his disciple's broken body and called out with Dao sounds. Master, I'm afraid I can't go on. Haste makes waste. Becoming an emperor really can't be forced. It's difficult to defy the heavens. Yi Tong smiled bitterly, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were bloody holes all over his body, and the most terrifying thing was that every bloody hole had a type of supreme great Dao divine symbol. That was the result of the suppression of the supreme Dao marks. The result of the 10,000 Dao backlash was extremely terrifying. There had been more than one case in the past, because as long as there was a great emperor in this world, it was destined to be extremely glorious. Outstanding talents would appear in large numbers, and there would definitely be people who were unconvinced and wanted to defy the heavens, vainly wishing to become an emperor. However, the final result was that almost everyone became crippled, and no one could succeed. Hold on, I will extend your life and pull out the 10,000 Dao traces. Yi Fan shouted with Dao sounds. His entire body shone, and the 10,000 techniques all appeared, immediately submerging this place. At this time, even the heavenly tribulation couldn't invade, and it was also about to disappear. Yi Fan was like a god whose entire body was covered in flames. Both of his hands supported his disciple, and endless divine laws revolved, entering Yi Tong's body, doing everything he could to disperse the great Dao symbols. This is the will of the heavens. Such a thing actually happened. Since ancient times, only a few people were able to recover, but looking at his appearance, it's too serious. His life is finished. The heavens want to end the celestial court's lineage. What an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Someone in the life-restricted region muttered. Such a situation actually happened, and it caused the celestial court, which was at its peak, to suffer a huge blow. If the restricted region took action, it would save a lot of effort. After all, it was equivalent to Yi Fan losing a great helper. But I've let you down. I originally hoped to fight alongside you, but now I've become a burden. Yi Tong's eyes were filled with tears, and he was full of regret. Don't think too much. With me here, those demons and monsters won't be able to do anything. Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't want Yi Tong to think too much. His divine laws surged as his essence blood gushed forth, healing Yi Tong's injuries and doing his best to extract those runes. However, those runes were the most terrifying suppression from the heavens. Regardless of Yi Tong's immortal foundation or his sea of reincarnation, they were all occupied and couldn't be erased. The great Dao scriptures in Yi Fan's body rumbled. He was like a great furnace, incomparably hot, unceasingly radiating multicolored light that blasted towards Yi Tong's body. But every time a rune was erased, a portion of Yi Tong's body and immortal foundation would be damaged as well. This caused him to frown. Such a suppression was too terrifying. The silver runes had already fused together with Yi Tong. If he wanted to extract those runes, he would definitely have to destroy his own disciple. With a swishing sound, Yi Fan hugged his disciple and vanished from his original location. He was as fast as an immortal, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. He broke through the boundless constellations and returned to the celestial court. How can this be? None of them expected that something like this would actually happen. It was too unexpected. Senior brother's talent is unparalleled in the world. Why would such a calamity befall him? Today, the atmosphere in the celestial court was filled with sorrow. Everyone was sighing in sorrow. The more they understood, the more their hearts turned cold. There was no solution to this. External force was basically useless. One could only rely on their own body to tide through it. Although Yi Fan was like a god, he was also silent today. For several days straight, he tried to expel the runes for Yi Tong, but in the end, he still didn't succeed. He could only temporarily preserve his disciple's life. My good disciple, you have to endure this. Li Tian's eyes turned red. Although he was unrestrained and usually wasn't a proper person, right now his true feelings were revealed. Yi Tong wasn't only the disciple of Yi Fan, he was also the disciple of Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the Black Emperor. They were the ones who raised him up and imparted all sorts of techniques to him. Several days later, Yi Fan exited seclusion. He was extremely silent and the hearts of everyone sank. His life can be preserved, but as for his cultivation, we will have to depend on his good fortune. When this news circulated out, the celestial court was in an uproar. Many people felt sorrow and regret. When the news spread to the outside world, the whole world was in an uproar. How could such a thing happen? The celestial court was flourishing with each passing day. Its brilliance illuminated the universe and was revered by the entire world. Now, such a grievous news had actually spread out. It felt very unreal. Yi Tong's collapse was equivalent to cutting off one of Yi Fan's arms. Could it be that it was declining after reaching its peak? This thought appeared in everyone's hearts. The celestial court had been too glorious these past few years. As the most powerful saint physique in history, Yi Fan had repeatedly killed ancient sovereigns. This was enough to shake the ages, and every matter was destined to be recorded in the most important historical records. In this world, no one can escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everyone has a time when they are strong, and there is also a time when they are past their prime. Everything is the result of natural changes. When the sun is in the middle, when the moon is full, it will be waning. Nothing can escape. The celestial court is showing signs of decline. After this happened, people in the outside world quickly came to this conclusion. This caused people to ponder deeply. Perhaps this was the result of the heavens trying to balance the world. The news of Yi Tong being crippled in the heavenly tribulation spread throughout the various regions, causing a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, and people vaguely felt that something might be happening. This is really retribution. Isn't the celestial court powerful? Now that they have crippled one of their top experts, I think they are not far from defeat. Even the heavens are not on their side. They are delusional enough to go against the heavens. My ancestor has already become an emperor. Who can overthrow him? I actually hope that the Saint Physique Yi Fan will come to defy the heavens and break through the Tao, and also walk on that path. Carefree laughter came from the Golden Crow race. Many experts clapped their hands in joy. They felt that the Golden Crow race's best era had arrived. Perhaps the celestial court would really head towards decline. However, this kind of sound was quickly suppressed. The Golden Crow the Arch appeared and looked down at the entire Huasong planet. He was extremely dignified and shouted that they should not be rude. The most shocking thing was that he opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of the origin of the flames, sealed it in a divine crystal, and handed it to a Golden Crow saint. He asked him to take it to the celestial court and give it to Yi Fan to heal his disciple. Arch, why are you doing this? As an emperor, if you are as narrow-minded as you might as well become a demon, the Golden Crow the Arch shouted. When this news spread to the outside world, everyone in the universe was extremely shocked. Many people felt respect for him. This was the true demon the Arch. The Golden Crow the Arch had achieved his Tao through fire, and Yi Tong had the body of the sun. Their origins were similar. In addition, this time, Yi Tong had been injured because she had defied the Golden Crow Thearcha's heavenly core mark. She had been punished by the heavens. If she used her origin to heal, there might really be hope for her to recover. After taking the divine crystal, Yi Fan was silent for a moment. He asked someone to send the Golden Crow saint away to express his gratitude. The battle is about to begin. Yi Fan turned around and said this. The entire celestial court was greatly shaken. Chapter 1773. Yi Fan held the divine crystal in his hand. There was a flame burning within, and an exuberant aura of life seeped out. This was the supreme origin flame of a true great emperor. He immediately went into seclusion, placing this flame into the all-life energy cauldron to refine it hundreds and thousands of times, using secret methods to refine it. It was because this was the essence of an emperor, the foundation of this heaven's core imprint. He had to refine it no matter what. After 2 hours, an immortal flame appeared in Yi Fan's hand, illuminating his palm until it was transparent. His blood vessels and other parts could be clearly seen. Yi Fan placed this flame between Yi Tong's brows, burning several symbols to protect his sea of consciousness, causing it to become resplendent. The flame merged into his disciple's flesh. "Master, how is he?" Yang Shi Hua and the others watched anxiously. "Yi Zi, you must save little Tong." Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the others were all emotional. Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't say anything. For the next several days, Yi Tong remained unconscious, sinking into the deepest level of hibernation in order to protect himself. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also displayed unmatched divine abilities. During these past few days, all parts of the cosmos felt a terrifying great Tao law surge, shaking 10,000 regions. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They knew that this was Yi Fan's method, but it was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They hadn't seen him go all out for 700 years, but who would have thought that his Tao skills would become even more profound and world-shaking? In the end, he silently left, directly entering the Big Dipper, descending into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone was alarmed. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Could it be that he was furious because his disciple was about to die and wanted to flatten the forbidden region? Even the ancient sovereign in the forbidden region was shaken. This wasn't an unreasonable guess, because he had this kind of previous record. The sea of reincarnation and undying mountain had already been flattened by him. Everyone was shocked. However, after Yi Fan entered the absolute beginning forbidden region and approached the origin ancient mine, a great battle didn't erupt. Chaotic energy surged there, auspicious light flowing through the mysterious ancient mine. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all going to be sucked into the divine mine. It was extremely shocking. You should know that by forcefully borrowing the celestial source and the grand beginning life stone in this confrontation, you will have to pay 10 times the price in the future. A cold voice sounded. "I'll wait." Yi Fan walked out, hugging a giant immortal source, as well as a life stone. It was carved into the shape of a coffin and flew towards Big Dipper. Everyone was stupefied. Then they came to a realization. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to seal his own disciple with an immortal source and leave it for the future to resolve the calamity. At the same time, everyone sensed his power, daring to come to origin ancient mine to seize stones. In reality, this was indeed the case. Yi Fan used his supreme magic power to turn his immortal origin into liquid in order to seal Yi Tong. "Senior brother." Yi Tong. Many people cried out in grief, finding this result hard to accept. At the last moment, the Golden Crow Great Emperor sent over another ball of Emperor Flame. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. After seriously refining it, he poured it into Yi Tong's body and sealed him. A genius of a generation was going to temporarily disappear from this world just like that. The celestial court was in great pain, and many days passed in a sad atmosphere. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a commotion. Everyone was discussing this. Some sighed, some were happy, some were sad, and some took joy in others' misfortune. Their private reactions were all different. Without a doubt, the Golden Crow Great Emperor's performance was remarkable. The people of the world felt that he had great boldness and was not narrow-minded because of the friction between the Golden Crow race and the Celestial Court. He was worthy of the demeanor of a great emperor. Many people were in admiration, and they became more and more respectful towards him. Under the restraint of the Demon Emperor, the experts of Huasong Planet did not take joy in others' misfortune. Their relationship with the Celestial Court was instead much better, and there were signs of reconciliation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor is worthy of being someone who achieved the Tao. Many people sighed, praising him. The world was in an uproar, and a great wave was set off. On a black cliff in the Immortal Mountain, Yi Fan stood at the forefront and looked at the horizon. He had not spoken for a long time. "Master, are you confident in this battle?" Xianxia asked in a low voice from behind. His eyes were clear. "I've deceived the heavenly secrets 2 or 3 times, and they have many people. They should have already made up their minds and are ready," Yi Fan replied. Just as he said, there would definitely be a battle. Because Yi Tong had fallen, he had lost his right-hand man. The Forbidden Land had been preparing for many years, and they would not let go of such an opportunity. Xianxia frowned and said, "The Golden Crow Great Emperor sent the Empyrean origin flame. It's a good thing for senior brother, but it also destroyed the dream of the Forbidden Land Supreme being looking forward to a great battle with you. I think this is also the reason why the battle has been brought forward." "Master?" Hua Hua flew over from afar, revealing an anxious expression. "There are children of the Forbidden Land returning to Big Dipper. There are cries of surprise coming from there. They seem to have obtained a great harvest." His bald head was shiny, but his face was full of worry. Some Forbidden Land children had left for many years, and they actually knew nothing about it. "There's no need to blame yourself. There are primogenitors in the Forbidden Lands. It's easy for them to hide the heavenly secrets," Yi Fan comforted. "I hate myself. The great battle is coming, but why haven't I reached the 9th heavenly layer? I can't help Master." Hua Hua beat his chest, hating himself for not working hard enough these years. He had enough talent, but it was difficult for him to devote himself to cultivation. "Brat, are you showing off?" Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Pang Bo and Ishi, and the others had all arrived. Li Heishui directly slapped Hua Hua's bald head and said, "If you think your cultivation level is too low, how can I endure it?" "Senior brother Yi Tong." Komatsu opened his mouth in the back. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the cliff fell silent. "Yi, don't tell me you're going to fight alone again?" Pang Bo asked. He was very strong, but it was still too early for him to fight an ancient supreme. "Don't worry, this time, we'll flatten at least one Forbidden Land," Yi Fan said firmly. Everyone was shocked. Seeing his confidence, they finally let out a sigh of relief, dispelling the haze in their hearts for many days. "This time, let us attack the Forbidden Land. We can't beat the big ones, but can't we catch the little ones in the Forbidden Land?" Someone said. On this day, the entire celestial court disappeared, hiding from the boundless sea of stars and disappearing without a trace. The world was shocked. Everyone realized that something big was about to happen. Could it be that they were going to fight an ancient supreme? In the past, Yi Fan had done this before, hiding all the heavenly soldiers and generals and unleashing a massacre on the path to immortality. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was about to arrive. "Holy body Yi Fan, are you impatient?" A cold voice sounded from the Big Dipper Forbidden Land. The heavenly dome trembled. Everyone was terrified. They knew that the bad premonition had come true. A storm was rising again, a Forbidden Land battle really was going to happen. Divine Ruins, Immortal Mausoleum, and others were all rumbling. Supreme being energy pervaded the air, shaking up the entire Big Dipper region. It was like a heaven-overflowing sea, shocking everyone. One could see an ancient beast raise its head in Immortal Mausoleum. It was like a divine lion, its entire body flickering with scarlet multicolored light. It walked out from a great tomb, on its back an old woman dressed in strange clothing. This place was known as Immortal Mausoleum. There were enormous tombs everywhere, impossible to find out what era they were left behind from, difficult to trace back. Even though it was a great tomb, after it split open, there was immortal energy that pervaded the air. The blood-colored divine lion's entire body was resplendent with scarlet multicolored light. It carried this old woman with a head full of sparse white hair, her aura shocking the world. Immortal Mausoleum actually emerged from Immortal Mausoleum. It truly is unexpected. She is still alive and well. There were people from other restricted regions who sighed. Everyone says that Immortal Mausoleum is the most mysterious, possibly the cemetery of immortals left behind from the chaotic ancient era before the legendary era. Immortal Mausoleum became an emperor early in the archaic era. always living in seclusion, making her extremely mysterious. At the same time, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly in the divine ruins. An ancient war chariot flew out, endless chaotic energy spreading outwards. A middle-aged man sat on the chariot, his black hair falling over his shoulders, blood energy exuberant, eyes like blazing lightning. "It's the spiritual god!" Someone cried out in shock. The spiritual god was the past spiritual emperor. He was a holy spirit, but he wasn't a stone man that achieved the Tao, but rather flesh and blood formed from a wave of innate spiritual essence. If Longma knew about this, he would definitely be alarmed, because they were the same type, spirits produced by heaven and earth's spiritual essence. However, one had a horse body, while the other had a human body. The spiritual emperor cultivated in seclusion within the divine ruins, sleeping this entire time. He didn't look old at all, instead giving off a heaven-overflowing blood energy feeling. As soon as he appeared, the world of mortals was shaken. Legendary battlefield battle. The war chariot rumbled, chaotic energy surging. The spiritual emperor spoke, directly disappearing from the Big Dipper. In the cosmos, Yi Fan didn't say anything else, directly taking steps, hurrying towards the battlefield. It was because this battle was unavoidable to begin with. Dragging it out wasn't a solution either. The other party might very well directly unleash darkness chaos. Legend battlefield. This was a boundless starry sky, spacious, deathly stillness, the eternal theme. There were almost no complete stars here, all of them broken. There were meteorites everywhere, star ruins everywhere. This cosmos had long been beaten into ruin. The most shocking thing was that occasionally, enormous corpses could be seen here, stretching across the endless blue skies, undying this entire time. However, their essence blood had long been completely drained. The essence had already been lost, only the form remaining. Yi Fan was speechless. Not only were there the corpses of ancient ancestors from various clans here, he even discovered the remains of holy bodies. One could imagine just how bitter the battle here was back then. Every single one of these skeletons had gargantuan origins, quite possibly the most powerful ancestor of a clan. If they were brought out, it would definitely shake the world. If one carefully traced them back, they would draw out extremely glorious legends one after another. Of course, this couldn't have been produced from a single battle, but rather the result of accumulating from the legendary era until now. Youngster, you are quite strong. In my memories, you should be one of the most powerful great sage bodies in history, but you are also quite arrogant. The spiritual emperor said. Sai, Grandma was also the focus of attention, respected by everyone in the universe. Now that I look back, it really is a great dream. Elder Xian sighed softly and then said, "At that time, my style was unmatched, my beauty crowning the world, full of youthful energy just like you, believing that there was nothing in this world that a goddess like me couldn't do." She revealed a look of reminiscence. When she spoke these words, it made others feel incomparably strange. It was because right now her skin was sagging, incredibly aged, teeth about to fall out, extremely ugly. In the end, it was just a dream. Elder Xian suddenly opened her muddy old eyes, staring at Yi Fan, saying, "Youngster, you are quite stunning, but it is a pity that you came, and now you are going to die." "Who hasn't died before?" Yi Fan said. "But your wife and daughter have become immortals." Another figure appeared, surrounding Yi Fan at the center. "It seems like you all are quite confident. Are you not scared that the past tragedy will repeat itself?" At this moment, Yi Fan also revealed powerful and fierce killing intent. In the past, he killed many supreme beings alone. "After so many things happened, if we didn't have the confidence to kill you, would we even take action?" A fourth person appeared. A bad feeling emerged inside Yi Fan. When the four of them gathered, it actually made his blood run cold, sensing great danger. In a daze, it was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even immortals' corpses. Chapter 1774. The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged on the ancient war chariot. His black hair was like a river of stars, bright and dense. His eyes were cold like the edge of a blade. He slapped the weapon on his leg. With a wung sound, an incomparably sharp spiritual blade flew over like a waterfall, hacking towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan revealed a look of surprise. This blade looked ordinary, but it was exceptionally sharp. It released the Spirit Emperor's undying will and killing intent, traversing through the vast sky. Immortal feathers fluttered about, holy and flawless. They followed the blade radiance, drawing out an undying aura. It was incomparably enormous, as long as a river of stars. Ascension power, flying immortal radiance. The Spirit Emperor is unparalleled as expected. Even we are in awe. Old Fairy spoke, revealing a look of surprise. The Spirit Emperor's attack made everyone's hearts jump, and everyone felt a wave of coldness. Yi Fan's feet were like nails rooted in the void, not moving at all. Meanwhile, his body was like a soft willow, moving with the blade, drawing out a beautiful arc to avoid the sharp radiance. Then, his hand struck out explosively. 10,000 types of symbols appeared at the same time, forming a great Tao suppression. Ding. An expanse of blazing lightning erupted in the void. Unmatched blade energy surged, clashing with Yi Fan's fist, producing the most resplendent light. The universe shattered in all directions, heaven and earth exploded, and the mythical battlefield shook violently. Even though it was vast and boundless, it still couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Over 10,000 types of symbols collided with the flying immortal divine feathers, mutually obliterating each other and quickly extinguishing. The originally shattered sea of stars turned into ashes. This kind of unrivaled divine might made everyone tremble. If the Quasi-Emperor was here, he would definitely be terrified. Just a strand of this kind of aura was enough to kill them over 100 times. This was also the mythical battlefield. There were Tao marks left behind by the ancient deities of the heavens, making it hard to decay. If it was another star system, it would definitely turn into ashes, turning into primal chaos, and nothing would exist. In the end, the saber chi disappeared, and the Taoist talisman also disappeared. Only a silver spirit saber and Yi Fan's fists were left. At first glance, the two seemed to be equally matched, but the real outcome was unknown. A strange laugh rang out. The old immortal took action, and a jade scepter flew out from her sparse hair. Fine light flickered, and every streak of light was like a starry river that covered the sky and earth, suppressing the mythical battlefield. This type of heaven-defying method left one horrified. Destroying the starry sky, splitting open the world, and other things weren't difficult at all. For her, it was just too easy, shocking the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was no longer a jade scepter. It was clearly the pressure of a real universe, and it wanted to use the supreme laws of the world to suppress Yi Fan and turn him into powder. Yi Fan stood there, unmoving. His avatar was activated, and a vast world appeared as well, clashing against the gentle jade scepter in the sky. A great silent collision erupted. The aura of all things being destroyed spread in all directions, completely destroying this place. In the distance, there were more than 10 enormous corpses that hadn't been destroyed even after 10,000 years. It was unknown just how many li they were long, but now, they turned into ashes. There was a small half of a corpse that belonged to the holy physique bloodline. Even though its flesh was sturdy and undying at this time, it was still torn apart like paper, completely destroyed. One could imagine just how terrifying the collision between the two was. Of course, these skeletons had long lost their immortal essence, refined by others. They weren't as sturdy as before, but compared to normal divine materials, they were still far superior. This time, Yi Fan didn't move. He put away his avatar, and the jade scepter also withdrew. What a good holy physique. I can't help but admire you. You haven't cultivated for that long, yet you are actually powerful to this degree. As expected, you have the ability to defy the heavens. A large man with a dragon beard walked over with a divine bow in his hands. He casually pulled back the bowstring. There was no arrow attached, but a vibrating sound rang out, making one's soul shatter. This type of method left everyone horrified. An empty arrow pierced through the heart. Not having an arrow was even better than having an arrow. It made even Yi Fan's expression change. When he faced this person, he felt a type of danger. This mustached man gave off a very strange feeling. It was as if he had experienced so many eons, and the aura of time was heavier than everyone else. Corpse Emperor. He announced his name. At this cultivation realm, he slaughtered the heavens, thinking that he was the sole ruler. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't treat others politely at all. However, now, he took the initiative to announce his name, proving the respect and apprehension he felt towards Yifan. It's you, the Corpse Emperor from the underworld. Yifan was shocked. He had previously visited the underworld, fighting against health-suppressing emperor, understanding many secrets. There was a giant from the underworld who left, entering Origin Ancient Mine, calling himself Corpse Emperor. Correct, it's me. The large man nodded. His origins were extremely strange. He was the second person in this world to turn from a corpse into a living body, ultimately achieving the Tao and becoming an emperor. He was extremely powerful. It was rumored that he was dug up by someone from the depths of the underworld. As for what era he belonged to, it was impossible to say for sure. There was an ancient monument accompanying him, and based on those characters, it should be a corpse from the chaotic ancient era. From a corpse to an emperor, this type of person was extremely terrifying, another matchless expert after the underworld empress. He naturally had his own terrifying aspects. The bowstring without an arrow trembled again. He continuously pulled it 8 times, but in the end, it was empty 7 times, making one's primordial spirit shatter. The 8th time, it turned into a streak of corpse energy, descending from the heavens. That wasn't a normal arrow, but rather a boundless waterfall. It was boundless and boundless, unknown just how many li in length it was. It even submerged the ruined starry river. From a corpse to an emperor, the Corpse Emperor's body still contained death energy, even more vast than a sea of stars. If the Quasi-Emperor made contact with even a bit of it, he would turn into pus and blood, exploding and dying. Now, the endless death energy surged over. Yifan released a long roar. Dragon-shaped blood energy rushed out from the top of his head, and the all-life source energy cauldron flew up. It could devour all creatures, and the corpse energy was actually a type of replenishment. It wasn't limited to spiritual energy, and it could even absorb the primal chaos of all living things. Holy Body, you really are quite daring. I believe with your ability, you should be able to guess that we came into the world with the determination to kill you, yet you still dared to come. The speaker's tone was especially forceful. His words were resounding, making everyone's minds tremble. This was an unmatched expert, and even the supreme beings felt a chill down their spines. It's actually the great Pring Emperor. Grandma Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the one who came into the world from that place would be the Pring Emperor? The Corpse Emperor also sighed in admiration. There's nothing I can do about it. My luck is quite bad, and I drew this lot, so I had no choice but to come into the world ahead of time. The golden-winged great Pring Emperor said coldly. His figure was majestic and tall, his head of golden hair fluttering about. He walked out from the dark cosmos, and golden light immediately shone endlessly, illuminating the entire ancient battlefield. It was as if he was cast from gold, filled with a type of demonic nature. His gaze was sharp, and in his hand was a divine sword with a total of 28 segments of the god's striking whip. His divine might was matchless. This time, one person from each of the 4 great restricted regions came out to kill Yifan. The ones who came out were all well-known unrivaled figures. The great Peng Emperor brandished the golden divine whip, crushing the cosmos. It released terrifying whistling sounds as it struck towards Yifan's face. It was cold and emotionless, and over 10,000 great Tao symbols erupted. This person could only be described with one word: powerful beyond compare. The cauldron above Yifan's head flew up, colliding with the great Pring Emperor, erupting with a terrifying aura. The two ruptured, and the shockwaves directly extended towards various parts of the ancient battlefield. It was as if a terrifying wave was overflowing into the heavens, incomparably majestic. This was a type of universe wonder rarely seen since ancient times. Onglong. The great Pring Emperor was extremely conceited. The golden divine whip in his hand could kill deities and even demon kings. His bravery was unstoppable, and he didn't stop after taking action. He continued to slaughter his way forward. Yi Fan fought fiercely against him. It was a battle between deities the moment they met. Clearly, the great Pring Emperor was a battle maniac. Even though he was a supreme being, his nature didn't change. He wanted nothing more than to fight to the death with Yi Fan. Streak after streak of golden light tore through the cosmos sea. The golden divine whip continuously brandished about. Great Pring Emperor, don't forget that we came into being to kill him. We didn't come to satisfy your battle intent. Grandma Xian reminded. I remember. The great Pring Emperor retreated and stopped his attacks. Yi Fan frowned. He knew that he had encountered a great enemy. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Emperor or the great Pring Emperor, their strength far surpassed his expectations. None of these four were weak, and they were worthy of being peerless emperors. Saint Physique, strictly speaking, you aren't our opponent. Even though you killed a few supreme beings in the past, it was only because their blood energy was dried up that they were ground to death by you. Today, you won't have another chance. The corpse emperor shouted. Only after fighting will I know that you all can't kill me. Today will be the day you all take your heads. Yi Fan said coldly. What a pity for a hero like you. The spirit emperor sighed. With a hong sound, a terrifying forbidden land appeared behind him. The southern heavenly gate towered majestically. This was precisely the divine ruins. It was as if he had crossed over 10,000 stellar rivers to arrive here from the Big Dipper star region. In reality, this wasn't the true divine ruins, but rather the supreme imprint of this life-forbidden region. All of the Tao marks were released, and they were imprinted here from the Big Dipper star region, laying down an unmatched divine formation. Then, behind Grandma Xian, an enormous grave rose up like a mountain, extending into a large expanse. Even though it was a cemetery, it flowed with immortal aura and auspicious light. This was Immortal Mausoleum. It was separated by a sea of stars, engraving Tao marks, recreating the scene of the Forbidden Region, making this place Grandma Xian's main battlefield. Then, an ancient mine appeared. It was pitch black, deep and immeasurable. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, vast like a hibernating dragon. However, immediately afterwards, the ancient mine took in and sent out the starlight of the cosmos, making this place shine resplendently. The corpse emperor towered in the absolute beginning forbidden region. This was also engraved from Tao marks, forming an unmatched divine formation, turning this place into his main battlefield. Yi Fan sighed. Even though the great forbidden regions didn't truly cross over, they moved the most terrifying imperial Tao formation over, truly reappearing. It was as if the great forbidden regions were standing here, surrounding him. Finally, an enormous sound rang out. The 9 mountain ranges were vast and boundless, connected to a giant island, suppressing downwards. They appeared behind the great Pring Emperor, the scene astonishing. Yi Fan's expression changed again and again, the light in his eyes shining brilliantly and then dimming. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw the most mysterious forbidden region, Heaven Dome, also known as Heaven Burial Island, he was still shocked. Heaven Burial Island was an enormous island that floated above the eastern wastelands. Normally, it was hidden in the void, impossible to see. Its main body was like a giant coffin, while the 9 mountain ridges that extended outwards were like 9 true dragons, majestic and majestic. They possessed an extremely imposing aura that shook one's heart. Every time Yi Fan saw it, he would be endlessly bewildered. It was because this was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling a coffin he saw back then, to the extent where it could even be said to be carved from the same mold. The 9 dragons pulled an enormous bronze ancient coffin, its whereabouts unknown. Yi Fan had searched many times before, but he didn't find anything. Now, Heaven Burial Island appeared, leaving him shaken. Chapter 1775. The 4 forbidden areas appeared together, standing majestically and forming a 3-dimensional formation that surrounded Yi Fan. Although they didn't physically descend, this kind of imprint was no different from the real scene. The mountains and rivers were majestic, and the great formation appeared. It was truly a land of destruction. Yi Fan was in deep danger. He was trapped here, and each forbidden area was an imperial formation that firmly locked the mythical battlefield. It could be said that he had no way out. If he wanted to escape, he could only kill his way out and be dyed in imperial blood. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He was no stranger to the other 3 forbidden areas. Only the last one, although he had been there a few times, was still shrouded in fog. "Young man, you won't be able to escape today," the Spirit Emperor shouted. That silver blade emitted strands of holy splendor as it hovered beside him, exuding a heaven-devouring aura. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. There was a bright red liquid flowing on the walls of the cauldron. The blood of the past supreme beings hadn't dried up yet. The phantoms of the Stone Emperor, the unfettered celestial being, and the beast god appeared, engraved on the cauldron. "I've lived until now because I killed and not because I was scared. My cauldron hasn't tasted the blood of a supreme being for many years. Today, I'll kill to my heart's content." These words were sonorous and powerful, shaking the entire starry sea and spreading to the outside of the mythical battlefield. All the powerful races in the universe were trembling. They had been paying attention to this great battle, but they didn't dare to approach. No one knew why, but now they finally heard the voice. With a honglong sound, the 4 great restricted areas closed up, turning this place into a vast restricted battlefield. Although you're not the first to make the people in the forbidden areas join hands, you're not simple either. You deserve to be proud. Even in the most glorious history of deities, there will be a place for you. The 4 supreme beings each represented a land. They were well prepared and swore to kill Yi Fan. "I'm really curious about the mysterious origins of the high heavens, also known as the Burial Island, a forbidden zone." No one expected that Yi Fan would suddenly say these words when the battle was about to begin. He wasn't worried about his own life and death, but wanted to find out the secret. "It's so ancient that no one knows about it," the great Pring Emperor said coldly. Burial Island was a mysterious place. Even the supreme beings of the various forbidden regions couldn't explain it clearly, because the great Pring Emperor and the others didn't find anything when they entered. They only knew that it had existed for an extremely long time, experiencing countless great tribulations. It was as if it was a divine land that buried the heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that might be able to slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long-lasting aura that could give one vitality, preventing them from declining prematurely. This type of transcendent divine land naturally became a precious land that supreme beings needed the most, turning into a great life forbidden zone. This was what Yi Fan had learned from others. He didn't know the specific secrets, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the 4 great masters didn't know either, and even if they did, they couldn't be bothered to tell him. Kill. Right now, killing Yi Fan was the most important thing. The great Rock Emperor roared. The golden whip in his hand streaked across Heaven Burial Island and slashed down, wanting to kill Yi Fan. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? In the end, Stone Emperor, Beast God, and unfettered celestial being will all end up like you. I'll kill all of you." Yi Fan also roared. He was incomparably domineering. His long black hair danced about chaotically, making him look like a demonic god. The Celestial Emperor's fist reappeared in the world after so many years. He slaughtered his way towards the Rock Emperor and forcefully clashed with the Golden Whip. The 4 great experts moved together. The Ruins of God, Ancient Origin Mine, Immortal Mausoleum, and Burial Island all trembled. Endless symbols extended out, covering this part of the cosmos. Everyone stood in their own direction, on their own main battlefield. They were all too familiar with their respective forbidden regions. Those formation patterns could make them stronger, but they would also injure Yi Fan. This time, they were extremely meticulous in killing Yi Fan. "Do you think you can kill me like this? It's not like I haven't been to these places before." The all-life source cauldron above Yi Fan's had transformed into the Celestial Emperor's fist, slaughtering in all directions. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into this world. Divine light shone endlessly as he forcefully shook the forbidden regions. "Today, you will undoubtedly die." The corpse emperor drew his bow. There were still no arrows, but killing intent surged. The instant the bowstring was released, Yi Fan felt as if the space between his brows was being cut by a blade. The all-life source cauldron descended, blocking the formless arrow in front of his brows. Then, the line secret art spun, and he directly slaughtered his way over, entering the absolute beginning forbidden region to kill the corpse emperor. However, the heart-palpitating aura that appeared earlier appeared again. It was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scenes of immortals falling. Everything before his eyes was scarlet red. At the same time, a streak of exceptionally sharp sword energy shot out, flying towards Yi Fan. He quickly retreated, but despite this being the case, a streak of blood still flew out from his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the aura of this place completely changed, becoming completely different. Killing intent seeped into the bones, a bitter aura covering heaven and earth. The world became a blood-red expanse, the smell of blood assailing the nostrils. Even the 4 great forbidden regions were the same, all of them dyed the color of blood. Hazy bloody mists swirled about, extremely astonishing. Baleful energy overflowed into the heavens, killing intent boundless. 4 killing swords hung in different directions, entirely dark red in color. The killing intent they released was terrifying and astonishing, making even supreme beings shiver inwardly. Every single killing sword had an indistinct imprint, the terrifying diagram of slaughtering immortals recorded on them. It made one shiver inwardly. That type of aura spread, the coldness seeping into the supreme being's bones. Yi Fan broke out into a cold shiver. He recognized what these were. They were the legendary era's spiritual treasure celestial beings' 4 killing swords, able to kill immortals, kill emperors, nothing they couldn't cut through. The heart-palpitating feeling he felt before was precisely because of the 4 immortal swords' hibernation. They were the world's most terrifying vicious weapons, unbreakable by 10,000 tribulations, passed down until now, creating endless bloody calamities. It is rumored that these are vicious weapons that have been soaked in immortal blood. Today, the 4 of us will send you off with them. You can also be considered to be looking down on the world. Old Immortal said coldly. Yi Fan didn't say anything, instead raising his head towards the heavens. There was a formation diagram slowly moving, chaotic energy hazy, great Tao natural laws spreading, covering the entire legendary battlefield. This made his pupils rapidly contract. The spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram also appeared. The danger zone was already established. If Pang Bo was here, he would definitely cry out in alarm. The heaven-reaching sect masters' 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram were all gathered together, unmatched under the heavens. Who could stop him? Even though Yi Fan didn't have the heaven-reaching sect master's definition, he also knew that it really wasn't far off. The killing formation left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being could be considered number 1 since ancient times. It was because he created the group secret character. His attainments in formations were unmatched in this world. His entire life's essence was left behind in the killing formation diagram, together with the 4 killing swords that were rumored to have soaked in immortal blood. It was unmatched under the heavens. It was rumored that as long as the sword formation was complete and controlled by a great emperor, it could definitely kill a peak imperial Tao supreme being. Meanwhile now, there were 4 supreme beings controlling this ancient number 1 killing formation. Who could break through it? Being trapped within, even if it wasn't a situation of inevitable death, it was more or less the same. This was a great crisis. Yi Fan was trapped deep within the formation, encountering the most terrifying calamity since he was born. A single mishap would result in his body and soul being destroyed. During these years, you guys have truly gone through a lot of trouble, hiding from heaven's mysteries, operating natural luck, always searching for the 4 swords and the formation diagram. In the end, you guys finally obtained them. Yi Fan sighed softly. No wonder the life-restricted region waited until today before taking action with such confidence. Not long ago, they found and refined the last immortal sword, finally having no more misgivings. You also sent people to search, but how can you compare to us? The corpse monarch sneered. During all these years, Yi Fan had indeed prepared all kinds of backup plans, among which, he had to obtain the 4 immortal swords and the formation diagram, but he still didn't obtain anything. This is your end? Do you really think you are unmatched under the heavens? Becoming enemies with the restricted region, it is still difficult for you to escape the fate of death. In the past, I didn't take you in because I was too lazy to touch you. The spirit monarch roared, activating the immortal sword. A streak of bloody light immediately flew over, slashing towards Yi Fan. Kill! The other 3 great supreme beings took action at the same time. The 4 immortal swords shook, tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic sword radiance hacking over. Bloody light filled the skies, drowning out this place. This was a fatal blow, not even the greatest hero able to block it. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rose and fell, releasing dang-dang sounds. It was riddled with scars from the 10,000 swords, suffering a heavy blow from the number 1 killing formation of past and present. Meanwhile, if not for this cauldron's defensive strength being astonishing, Yi Fan might have already suffered many sword injuries, unable to evade it all. The formation diagram swirled, the 4 swords shining, possessing heaven-defying war immortal power. This wasn't only the embodiment of the secret formation, but also the embodiment of the ultimate profound mystery's numinous treasure. Celestial being spent his entire life researching formations. It turned into the most powerful killing formation, activating a great killing tribulation at this moment. Yi Fan roared angrily. Irregular scenes were displayed, the all-life source cauldron covering his body, resisting and attacking this first killing formation. He slaughtered his way towards a corner, wishing to break through this formation. At this time, all types of secret methods were displayed, his body actually showing signs of turning into primal chaos. However, at this moment, the 4 great supreme beings steeled their hearts to kill him, doing everything they could to operate the great formation. Moreover, every single one of their weapons were separately suspended above the formation gate, merging with the 4 swords, increasing the formation's power. Apart from this, the imprints left behind by the 4 great restricted regions all revived at this time, turning into 4 great formations, vaguely showing signs of resonating with that formation diagram, crushing forward together. There was no way out of this situation of inevitable death. The 4 great supreme beings controlled the improved version of the first killing formation, unable to break through it no matter what they did. Yi Fan entered the most dangerous situation. Ever since he was born, he had never been in such a passive state, unable to dissolve it even if he wanted to. This wasn't something a human could do. The all-life source cauldron was pierced through. With a pu sound, a bloody hole appeared on his body. This was the first attack. What followed was a torrential storm of attacks. Sure enough, the formation diagram revolved, the aura becoming increasingly powerful. With the 4 supreme beings controlling it, the 8 weapons moved in unison, immortal light shooting out, the killing tribulation boundless, no one able to contend against or dissolve it. Even with Yi Fan's tremendous divine abilities, blood still blossomed within the formation. The instant the all-life cauldron was broken through, he faced the first killing formation directly, suffering several tens of streaks of primal chaos sword radiance. Blood dyed the great formation red. Even though Yi Fan had the ability to connect the heavens and move the earth, he still couldn't do anything alone. This wasn't something a human could contend against. With so many supreme beings controlling the first killing formation since ancient times, it was useless for anyone to face it alone, difficult to contend against. Haha. Old Fairy laughed loudly, but her eyes became increasingly cold. In this kind of killing tribulation, if you can still survive, then that really is heaven-defying. Not only am I going to defy the heavens, I'm going to kill all of you. Yi Fan shouted. Chapter 1776. Blood splashed 3,000 feet high. This was a true portrayal. Yi Fan was trapped in the formation and suffered from hundreds and thousands of sword chi. He was seriously injured. The situation was extremely critical. Lingbao Tianzuan was a peerless figure in terms of his attainments in the field of formation inscriptions. His formation diagram contained boundless murderous intent that drove the 4 swords to shoot out. They were indestructible, and even great emperors would be slashed into pieces. Yi Fan was covered in blood. The wounds on his body were terrifying. There were no less than 20 bloody holes in his front and back. Scarlet blood sprayed everywhere. Each drop could pierce through a quasi-emperor. A cornered beast struggling in vain, the Spirit Emperor said coldly. Now they had the absolute initiative. Once the number 1 killing formation was activated, it was controlled by 4 emperors. It could be said that it was invincible. No one would be able to stop it. Fight! Yi Fan shouted. His hands moved as he used the Battle Saint technique. A fiery red divine cauldron flew up. It was the Eternal Universe Cauldron. It gave off a fiery light that could burn down the star domain. Then, an ancient mirror rose and floated above his head, shining with immortal light. Next, a sharp immortal sword shot out. The Tai Sovereign Sword took shape and slashed the heaven and earth. All kinds of extreme weapons attacked the killing formation. Yi Fan used all his methods in hopes of breaking it. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the formation and were all destroyed by the sword light. At this time, the formation rumbled. The world seemed to have been refined. The killing intent of the heavenly killing formation filled the air. The 4 gates of the formation were becoming more and more terrifying. Not only were the 4 swords shaking, but the other 4 weapons also completely fused in, increasing their power. Qi! On one of the gates, the Spirit Emperor's silver divine sword shot out. The sword Qi was like the sea as it slashed towards Yi Fan's body. The myriad Qi cauldron had long been broken. The sword Qi permeated the air and rushed into Yi Fan's body, causing him to tremble violently. He kept retreating, leaving bloody footprints in the air. With the support of the formation, the power of the silver sword was many times stronger. It was indestructible. The moment the sword Qi entered his body, Yi Fan almost exploded. Buzz! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard as a beam of divine light shot out. The Corpse Emperor's longbow that was hanging on the other formation gate released its might, shooting out a resplendent beam of light. Yi Fan struck out with his hands, shattering the beams of light. However, the bowstring trembled continuously, and the beams of light were endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. He was immediately exhausted. With a pu sound, his shoulder was pierced through, followed by his abdomen, chest, thigh, and other parts of his body. They were all penetrated by the terrifying light beam, and only the dozen or so arrows aimed at his forehead were shattered. Yi Fan had fallen into a hopeless situation. The killing array's reputation was not in vain. It could indeed be said to be world-shaking and difficult to break. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. The immortal slaying sword diagram that Pang Bo had been longing for had really appeared. Since ancient times, killing had always been the most important. Now that it was fully activated, gods would kill gods, and immortals would kill immortals. At this time, the 4 immortal swords all flew up, leaving the formation gate, entering the formation to slaughter Yi Fan, leaving behind the other 4 to protect the formation. Every single immortal sword was bright red and replete with moisture. A bloody aura assailed one's face. When facing any one of them, it was as if one was in a sea of blood. Heaven overflowing scarlet light flew about, vast and boundless. No wonder there were people in the world who said that they could kill immortals. This type of aura was too ferocious, the baleful energy incomparable. Emperor artifacts were unmatched. The number 1 vicious weapon turned into 4 streaks of bloody light, piercing through the air, leaving behind endless great Tao symbols in the sky. They clashed intensely with Yi Fan, and in the end, they shattered it, killing it until it exploded. When they saw Yi Fan reconstruct his true body with a single thought, the 4 great supreme beings were all moved. This was the first time they felt that the divine body was so difficult to kill, its vitality too great. Is he purposely shedding blood to comprehend sword intent? This is courting death. Spirit Emperor sneered. How daring, using blood to devour sword intent. Even in this type of situation, he still doesn't know the difference between life and death. Old Immortal also said coldly. Yi Fan indeed felt a sense of powerlessness. This boundless killing formation was difficult to break through. No matter how great one's magical force was, under the four supreme beings' control, they could only suffer a disaster here. At this time, the blood he previously shed all began to shine in the void, arranging strange patterns and deriving great Tao divine laws. Using your own blood to form Tao imprints to help you comprehend? It's useless even if you shed all of your divine blood. If you want to defy the heavens, you can only die. Great Peng Emperor sneered. He activated the formation and seized the opportunity to attack. Yi Fan sighed. He felt deep admiration towards the spiritual treasure celestial being. This type of formation pattern was indeed unmatched from past to present. It was difficult to break through. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. His entire body began to shine, including the damaged cauldron. Irregular phenomena, 9 secrets, Celestial Emperor's fist, 5 elements divine light, and all of the other secret techniques and profound mysteries appeared, interweaving together. Then, chaotic energy surged, violently colliding. The radiance broke through the eternal, refining the void here, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron. Yi Fan evolved his own Tao, transforming in this desperate situation, almost transforming into the Tao. He evolved towards the primal chaos to ultimately transcend. The cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures. The immortal scriptures burned, transforming into flames to refine an unmatched precious body. This was a terrifying transformation. 10,000 Tao resonated, turning into symbols and entering the primal chaos flame to refine the cauldron. It was going to burn out a true self. Back then, when Yi Fan fought against the unfettered celestial being, he was forced into a dangerous situation by the latter's unmatched divine speed. He had evolved his own Tao like this, devouring the attacks of the outside world. Now, it was even more dangerous than that battle. He could die in battle at any time, so he evolved his own great Tao once again to resist. This type of technique was extremely dangerous. Advancing at the edge of transforming into the Tao, even if it wasn't 10 out of 10 deaths, it wasn't far off. There was a high chance that he would become primal chaos, forever returning to nature. However, the cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, containing 10,000 Tao. This type of technique was truly terrifying. It devoured all energy, turning the attacks into cauldron flames to refine the floating flesh precious cauldron. Chong, 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 10,000 streaks of sword energy flew out. The 4 immortal swords shook with zheng-zheng sounds. The sword energy carried bloody radiance and chaotic energy. They all struck that cauldron, causing kung-chong sounds to ring out. At this moment, the damage they inflicted on Yi Fan wasn't that great anymore. All of the beams of light entered the light cocoon, becoming a part of the cauldron flames to refine that true body. This result made the 4 great supreme beings suck in a cold breath of air. This type of method was truly heaven-defying. It could actually break through the number 1 killing formation since the ancient times? Impossible, no one could break through this formation. This was especially the case when the 4 of them were in charge. If it really was broken through, then Yi Fan would truly be comparable to a war immortal. Honglong. The great Peng Emperor took action. His bearing was astonishing. He was tall and sturdy, and his head of thick golden hair fluttered about. Even his pupils were golden in color. He was incomparably intimidating. At this moment, the space between his brows erupted with light. The golden whip broke free from the formation gate and directly entered the killing formation. It crushed heaven and earth as it smashed towards Yi Fan. This unrivaled strike wasn't just the activation of the formation diagram. It was also the great Peng Emperor's ultimate attack. With the addition of 2 factors, it was enough to shock both ancient and modern times. Boundless golden light surged. The golden whip was like a living war god descending into the primal chaos. It struck Yi Fan's body cauldron, emitting a loud sound. With a pu sound, he was shaken until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Streaks of blood appeared on the surface of his body. Then his body split into pieces, almost exploding into pieces. Kill, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't give him a chance. The great Peng Emperor's eyes were filled with madness. This madman had an indescribable wildness and killing intent. The 4 of them circulated their magic power together, activating the formation diagram. The 4 immortal swords were revived to the extreme. They were glistening red, and the blurry diagrams on the swords reappeared. They were slaughtering immortals. The scene was astonishing. Within a vast immortal domain, the formation diagram and the 4 killing swords slaughtered in all directions. Bloody light rushed into the heavens, dyeing the world red. And now, the formation diagram pressed down. The 4 swords slashed down with unparalleled might, splitting apart the primal chaos. Yi Fan's body finally couldn't withstand it and was split apart once again. The divine sound of the great Tao rang out. Chaotic light surged. Yi Fan reconstructed his true body with great difficulty. All kinds of light danced about, turning into a furnace that wrapped around him. The scriptures rang out endlessly. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras, as if 100,000 gods and devils were roaring, or as if all the ancient people were offering sacrifices. It was mysterious and terrifying. A powerful aura spread out. Good brat, you still want to perfect your Tao even at death's door. You want us to become your cauldron? Are you a martial idiot, or do you not know the immensity of the heavens and earth? The great Pring Emperor shouted. Yi Fan was indeed audacious. Even when he was in a dangerous situation, he still used a supreme technique. All things were his cauldron, tempering his body. He truly comprehended a bit of sword intent. Also, our secret techniques were also absorbed. If this continues, he might be able to transcend. The Spirit Emperor frowned. He is a genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most powerful divine body in history. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance. So what if he absorbed and refined a portion of the profound mysteries? He still can't break through the number 1 killing formation. Together with our techniques and Tao, he will undoubtedly die. Hong Long Long. Divine ruins, origin ancient mine, immortal mausoleum, high heavens, which was also heaven burial island, the 4 great restricted regions suppressed over together, resonating with that formation diagram. Endless formation patterns extended, about to suppress Yi Fan to death. These methods were used together. No one could hold on. Even if Yi Fan was a heaven-warping genius, establishing that Tao, it still wasn't enough. Chaotic energy exploded. The cauldron became unstable and was on the verge of breaking apart. Overestimating your own capabilities. You want to resist the number 1 killing formation alone, as well as our joint attacks. The situation was already set. The 4 great supreme beings all released a breath of relief. If they continued any longer, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. However, this opponent was truly shocking. He actually persisted for such a long time. It was a bit heaven-defying. The cauldron flames tempered it. Scriptures rumbled, incomparably vast. Streaks of bloody scars appeared on the body of the cauldron. Even though it did its best to absorb the 10,000 Daos and comprehend the profound mysteries of the 4 great restricted regions, it still couldn't hold on for much longer. There had never been anyone who dared to be so daring, borrowing several sovereign realm experts to cultivate, using their unmatched profound mysteries to temper one's own body, turning it into a Tao flame. This was simply dancing with one's life. Suddenly, Yi Fan released a long roar, shattering the chaotic like cocoon. Then, with a shake of his hand, an immortal treasure diagram appeared. It came from the primal chaos dragon nest, the place where the vicious person was buried. When this diagram unfolded, an immortal flame completely formed from symbols appeared, burning down the endless starry sky. A portion of the killing formation's boundless killing intent was melted away. You actually collected the immortal flame. The corpse monarch was startled. This was the immortal flame of the 10th layer of the fire domain. Back then, the ancient desolate tower had floated there, borrowing it to refine its body and repair its cracks. Later on, it entered the flying immortal star's sealed land. The existences in the Forbidden Zone were somewhat afraid of this flame, because in the past, those who possessed it did not have a good ending. This time, they had also tried to search for it, but in the end, they did not find it. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan had taken it away. The spirit monarch's expression changed immediately. He said, "There is an immortal flame's origin. In that case, there might be hope for your disciple." He might not be completely crippled. You're wrong. I've never been crippled. A loud shout came from the void, and boundless golden light erupted. Yi Tong was like a golden sun crashing over. With a loud boom, he directly killed his way to one of the killing formation's gates. The great rock monarch sneered and said, "So what if both of you are here together? You still cannot break the first killing formation. All of you will die." Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, an extremely ferocious and tyrannical fist force suddenly blasted over. It rushed into the formation gate and sent him flying, blood flowing everywhere. An unparalleled expert with disheveled hair and a majestic figure appeared. It was actually the old madman that he had not seen for many years. If one person can't do it, then can 4 people take the immortal swords from your 4 swords gates? Another thunderous voice rang out. The demonic human appeared with a white bone club in his hand. He swung it down and smashed it into another formation gate, sending Grandma Xian flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene shocked the human world. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Chapter 1777. You all actually unknowingly reached this cultivation realm? The corpse emperor was shocked. These changes were too sudden, exceeding his imagination and expectations. How could those who were much weaker than them succeed? Only those who weren't too far off could make them cough out blood. Do you all think you can kill my master after preparing for so many years? Not only do you all have confidence, we have also been waiting for this moment. Yi Tong shouted. They had endured for so many years just for the sake of breaking through today's situation, killing the supreme beings in the restricted region, quelling the hidden darkness chaos with a single battle. Good, you all truly have some methods. You all reached this cultivation realm, yet we actually didn't know about it and were deceived. Immortal Grandma was furious. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and stared at the human devil. Now, everything was clear. Yi Fan hadn't appeared in the world for several hundred years, sitting in Undying Mountain, waiting for the people at his side to break through and reach the realm where they could fight supreme beings. Then, he would defeat them in one battle. During these years, the restricted region had been searching for the spiritual treasure Celestial Beings Formation Diagram and the 4 immortal swords, hoping to kill Yi Fan with the smallest price, not losing a single person. Meanwhile, how could the other side not be like this? They were also seeking the safest battle. Finally, the day they waited for finally arrived. Their cultivation realms matched, so they didn't fear the ultimate battle against them. No wonder the heavenly mysteries became chaotic several times in the past few hundred years, unable to be divined. Moreover, there would occasionally be a great chaotic tribulation. I originally thought that it was the great yang body persevering, but it was all an illusion to hide the fact that the ones crossing the tribulation were actually you all. Sacred body, your cultivation is terrifyingly profound after all, tricking us all. The Spirit Emperor stared at Yi Fan at the center of the Great Formation. I fear that it is also related to this immortal diagram, using it to hide the heavenly mysteries. The Great Peng Emperor's expression was cold as he stared at the sparkling diagram scroll that seemed to be forged from stellar radiance. This diagram had been passed down since ancient times, from the legendary era to the archaic era, and then to the desolate era. It had passed through different owners, for example, Celestial Being, Emperor of Fighting, Great Emperor Vicious. There were originally only stars on the diagram, nothing else. It was unknown what era it came from, but a few other imprints were produced on the back of the diagram, as well as the marking of immortal ascension. This diagram was extremely mysterious, terrifyingly ancient. Some people said that it was the imprint of this cosmos. There were others who said that it originated from the ancient chaos era, refined by a heavenly emperor. It recorded the entire great cosmos' divine traces, possessing the ultimate profound mysteries. Do you all really think that we are meat on the chopping block? This era is different from the past. Not even supreme beings can do as they please. Yi Tong shouted. Haha. The great Peng Emperor laughed heartily. His golden hair was resplendent and dazzling. He was like a heavenly deity, exuding an unrivaled and unparalleled aura. Even if you guys aren't simple, you are still far from being a match for a supreme being. You've only just touched the threshold. He looked down on the world. This was a type of unmatched confidence. Forget about the fact that these people hadn't reached the peak of the domain yet. Even if they completely achieved the Tao, strictly speaking, they still wouldn't be a match for an ascended supreme being. So many people have come to die, let's catch them all in one go. Spirit Emperor said. Even though they were shocked, they were, after all, once ancient emperors. They quickly calmed down and announced that they were going to eliminate everyone. Moreover, after calming down, they stared at Yi Tong, the old lunatic, and the others with burning eyes. To them, this was simply a great medicine of the mortal world. If they could harvest and refine it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. The great Peng Emperor's meat must be delicious. However, the human demon's words immediately incited their anger. The food and great medicine in their eyes actually had such thoughts. It was simply arrogant to the point of making one's hair stand on end. This was disgraceful. Someone dared to eat an Emperor Realm expert? Since ancient times, no one had ever been profaned like this. You're courting death. The corpse emperor roared. You're the ones courting death. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. A monkey covered in dazzling golden light descended from the sky, swinging down with an immortal iron rod in his hand. Clang. Even though the corpse emperor was known for his indestructible golden body and was immortal through myriad tribulations, the space between his thumb and forefinger split open after being struck by this iron rod. Blood stained the area as he retreated. The sacred prince had arrived. His eyes were fiery and his blood energy was as vast as the ocean. His battle intent was high as if he was an undefeatable god of war. Good, I've underestimated you all. The corpse emperor said coldly. He suddenly pointed at Yi Fan in the formation and said, even if the four of you came, it would be difficult to save him. He's destined to die in the killing formation. You've overestimated yourself. My master entered the formation only to use you to cultivate. Now that we've arrived, it only proves that his cultivation has ended, Yi Tong said. After hearing these words, even though the four supreme beings were transcendent, they were still enraged. Since ancient times, who could make use of them? This was simply looking down on them too much. He was merely a saint physique. No matter how powerful he was still not a true great emperor. Yet he dared to act like this. This was too much. Of course, they understood that Yi Tong was purposely mocking them. There shouldn't be such a madman in this world who dared to enter such a desperate situation to comprehend the Tao. All of you are ants. All of you must die. At this moment, perhaps this was the only sentence that could show off their dignity, as well as how they looked down on their opponents. You're all too conceited. At the center of the formation, Yi Fan borrowed the protection of the runic flames and the immortal diagram. His body rumbled as he recovered from his injuries. This is a golden era that has never been seen since ancient times. So what? The great Peng Emperor roared. In this era, all of the geniuses from the various eras will awaken in this era, and they will all live in the same era. In such an era, even supreme beings can't do as they please. It's not an era where you can start a dark upheaval or destroy the world. Yi Fan shouted with an incomparably cold expression. If you're a dragon, coil up for me. If you're a tiger, lie down for me. If you want to display your supreme prestige in this era, I'm sorry, but what awaits you is a great confrontation between the strongest geniuses of all ages. He pointed at the human demon Yi Tong, the sacred prince, and then at the four prime venerables. Do you think they're weaker than the sacred Sun Emperor and the Emperor of Fighting? Do you know how many people like them there are in this era? If you don't understand what a true golden era is, you can only decline and perish in this era. The true meaning of the golden era is finally being displayed at this moment. What monarchs rising together? What myriad bloodlines competing? None of this is real. This era will suppress the supreme beings of the forbidden regions until they can't even raise their heads. This is the true meaning of the golden era. If you don't obediently lay low, all of you will be finished. Yi Fan's words were deafening. They rushed into the distance, leaving the mythical battlefield and spreading into the cosmos, affecting the true forbidden regions of the Big Dipper. Without a doubt, these words had an extremely powerful impact, causing the hearts of all the venerables to turn cold. Perhaps these words weren't false. There were indeed many terrifying heroes in this era. Daoi Zhang Byron, the emperor, there were truly many of them. Some were the descendants of the great emperors. Presumably, when they underwent their final tribulations, they had their father's trump cards to hide. There were also some whose identities were unknown to this day. Even the prime venerables might not be able to guess their identities when they paid close attention to them. This era was different from the past. The true meaning of the Golden Era was finally being displayed. Boom! The inevitable battle erupted. The human demon had become younger and more vigorous. Due to the great increase in his strength, his hair was now black and his body was no longer withered. In fact, he had become much stronger. He was like a primitive man with his upper body naked. He wielded a white bone club and smashed against a formation gate. He stared at the great Pring Emperor and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He let out a primitive hunting cry as if he was about to hunt a ferocious bird. This kind of provocation naturally infuriated the great Pring Emperor. The two fiercely collided and their battle intense soared into the sky. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. The decisive battle had begun. Yi Tong attacked. His entire body was covered in blazing flames. The fruits of his comprehension over the past few years were completely displayed. He rushed towards another formation gate and attacked the corpse emperor. This was because this supreme being had corpse energy within his body, while he had an extreme yang body. The all-encompassing essence flames of extreme yang filled the air, just enough to resist the corpse supreme being who had death energy within his body. The essence flames of extreme yang drowned the formation gate. The flames of battle raged and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Tong was fighting with his life on the line. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. A matchless aura spread out, shaking the ancient skies. This was a type of fist force that was too tyrannical and unyielding. The old madman attacked. His left hand was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his right was the heaven-shrouding divine seal. His hands transformed into a fist and a seal that shook the mortal world. It was ferocious and tyrannical as it directly attacked the spirit emperor. This kind of method was shocking. It caused the formation gate to rumble and sway. The monkey smiled bitterly. His opponent had already been chosen, so he could only turn around and face Grandma Xian. He didn't hold back at all. His battle Saint Qi surged as he swept through the world with his staff. Little monkey, even if your father comes back to life, he will only be of the same generation as me. You dare to rebel? Grandma Xian glared. Witch, stop flaunting your seniority. I'll send you on your way. The battle was incomparably intense. The 4 immortal gates were all swaying, and the entire mythical battlefield was trembling. The great formation had lost its controller. The formation diagram was still revolving, but it was no longer as overflowing as before. Yi Fan shook the immortal treasure diagram and swept it towards the 4 immortal swords, wanting to snatch them away. The great formation breaking battle began. Strictly speaking, the 4 supreme beings were naturally stronger than the fighters. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. This was because there was someone else coming from the sky. A seemingly bashful and pure youth sat there. His large eyes were like black gemstones, and his face was ridiculously beautiful. He was as calm as a boulder as he sat in the void. He began to draw upon the great Tao of heaven and earth, coordinating with Yi Fan from the inside to break down the number 1 killing formation. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This youth had a type of immortal aura that was deep and immeasurable. He seemed even more mysterious and terrifying than Yi Fan's eldest disciple. Don't you guys like to fight in groups? We're here. We'll fight you 4 as a group and torture you all until you go to heaven. Another tall figure appeared. He was incomparably majestic, ostentatious, and domineering. It was precisely the warmonger Xianxia. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. The holy physique Yi Fan truly made ample preparations. If he wanted to flatten a restricted region, he could do it with his current manpower. Xianxia immediately swooped down and joined the battle. This place immediately erupted with commotion. Holy physique, hand over your life. Right at this time, reinforcements came from the Supreme Being's side. Huang Shudao, who had been missing for many years, appeared. He wanted to get revenge for his father. It was because during the Immortal Ascension battle 700 years ago, Yi Fan shattered the phoenix-winged golden hoe that his father turned into, killing him cleanly. He was originally someone who lived for the Tao, someone who went crazy for the Tao. He was a madman who focused on cultivation, but he couldn't resist the interference of his family. Today, he rushed over to unleash a massacre. How lively! Count me in as well. Dao Yi, who had been missing for many years, appeared, blocking Huang Shudao and fighting intensely against him. Do you all want to destroy the cosmos? There were people standing in the distance, transmitting sound from the distance. More people arrived, and the battle situation became more and more complicated. Chapter 1778. The one who spoke was Zhang Byron. He had an ordinary physique, but his true cultivation was unfathomable. His origins were mysterious and no one knew. What a blood-boiling battle! After this battle, the structure of the world will be completely rewritten. Another person appeared, standing in the distance. He didn't come over either. Old thing, your doomsday is here. Xianxia shouted. His divine physique was now complete, and his golden body was immortal. His surging blood qi was extremely majestic, and his fist power was unparalleled. He moved around the battlefield, attacking 4 formation gates in a row to break down the Great Formation. Boom! At this moment, the crazy old man was going crazy. He went from white-haired to middle-aged, and then to a teenager. The rapid transformation was astonishing. However, his aura was even more terrifying. His 5 great secret realms all shone, each with a true self sitting cross-legged. The divine light of the 5 elements shook the sky and tore apart the sky. The young crazy old man was ostentatious and domineering. His black hair stood on end as he punched forward, shaking the boundless universe. He was going to kill the Spirit Emperor. Wu, the pure and holy silver blade whistled as it stabbed towards the crazy old man. A silver spirit dragon took form and rushed forward. With a pu sound, the young crazy old man let the silver dragon penetrate his body. He activated the attainment formula, and his speed became even faster. He directly arrived in front of the Spirit Emperor, and a matchless punch landed on his body. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere. The heaven and earth were dyed red with their blood. It could be said to be extremely bitter. This was a battle where both sides suffered. In order to kill the enemy, the crazy old man disregarded his own life. In fact, this was also the most effective method, because the forbidden secret techniques and methods of the archaic emperors were unparalleled. The only thing they lacked was blood qi. This kind of reckless attack was the most useful. Both of them staggered backwards, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Xianxia saw the crazy old man using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and was immediately overjoyed. He descended to kill the Spirit Emperor together with him. The young crazy old man's body shone. The 5 selves sitting cross-legged in the 5 great secret realms all opened their eyes. At this time, a formless energy shocked the world. He transformed into the 5 elements body to fight the Spirit Emperor. Coupled with Xianxia's attack, the Spirit Emperor immediately became passive. He revealed a cruel smile amidst the blood, revealing his astonishing snow-white teeth. Extreme sublimation, I'll kill all of you. Jiao Ling Huang was enraged, and was the first to erupt with a terrifying aura. The power of a flawless Emperor Path expert filled the air. Kill them all and harvest the mortal world great medicine. The other 3 also coldly announced that they couldn't delay any longer. If they continued like this, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The mythical battlefield erupted with activity. The 4 supreme beings frantically absorbed the essence energy of the cosmos, drawing it from the void and drawing it from all living things. It was incomparably terrifying. All of them shone, as if millions of stars were exploding. This place was so hard to open one's eyes. It was completely melted. The sea of divine force was flowing, unmatched auras pervading the air. The monkey, human devil and the others encountered great trouble. The 4 great supreme beings were world-shattering. This type of divine aura spread, making even their hearts palpitate. This was going to be a bloody battle, an extremely tragic one. Boom. Suddenly, a strong presence exploded from the big formation. Yi Fan was trying to break through. Because the four beasts chose to ascend at the same time, it disturbed the universe. Even the formation map was suppressed and stopped for a moment. Moreover, the old lunatic, human devil, monkey and the others, as well as Komatsu who flew down, all made a wise decision. They suddenly attacked a formation gate together. With a wing sound, so many people took action. They used the opportunity when the supreme beings were preoccupied to obliterate the formation patterns here. They also circulated the army formula and plucked out an immortal sword with a chong sound. Not good. The great Pring Emperor was shocked. The great formation had a flaw, and it was only a matter of time before it was broken. His entire body shone with boundless golden light. The golden whip in his hand lashed out, slaughtering towards everyone. He wanted to use the identity of an unparalleled emperor to kill everyone here. Hong long long. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A golden fist smashed out from the great formation, colliding with the golden whip. An extreme might erupted, and the formation gate was completely blasted open. Half of Yi Fan's body stretched out, his entire body surging with a terrifying aura. His battle spirit swept through the ages, and his divine body supported the world of legends. Resplendent light flowed about, and a supreme aura seeped out. Scram! The great Pring Emperor shouted. His disheveled golden hair stood on end, and even his eyes were wide open. He definitely couldn't let Yi Fan escape because he had truly seen how terrifying he was. This was an anomaly. He hadn't become an emperor yet, but he definitely had the strength to kill flawless emperors. Scram! Yi Fan also roared. It was only a single word, but his aura became even more berserk. At this moment he circulated the secret art of all. His entire body became sparkling and translucent like divine gold. Even the flow of his blood could be seen clearly. Boom! This tyrannical punch was matchless and unparalleled. It was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed since he was born. It was unknown if he could ever reach such a level again in this lifetime. Kacha! The golden whip immediately exploded inch by inch, turning into the most terrifying golden fragments. They rolled back, and many of the fragments pierced into the great Pring Emperor's sturdy body. Blood splashed high into the air. This punch shocked everyone. Yi Fan directly destroyed an Emperor Dao weapon. Such might was rarely seen since ancient times. Only a limited number of people could be so ferocious. It was just a single strike. One had to know that the great Pring Emperor was a weapon forged from Dao Tribulation Gold. It was shaped like a divine sword and had 28 sections. It was inscribed with the most terrifying Dao patterns in the world, yet it was destroyed just like that. Roar! Yi Fan's roar shook the world. He rushed out from the number 1 killing formation since ancient times. His entire body was freed. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. I already told you what a golden era is. Now you all are still unrepentant. Just let the curtains fall and wither away. This roar spread throughout the universe, shaking all the races in the myriad realms. Everyone's hearts were pounding. They knew that the saint physique Yi Fan definitely had the upper hand. He was truly unrivaled. Yi Fan was like a deity as he broke free from the killing formation. He pressed forward step by step, wanting to fight the great Pring Emperor. This kind of unrivaled might caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Kill him. The 4 supreme beings all advanced to their limits. They roared and charged over together. Originally, they didn't need to exhaust their essence blood like this because the numinous treasure celestial beings killing formation was enough. But now they had been forced to this step. They could only fight to the death. Kill. The monkey, the human devil, and the young madman were all sharper than the last. They naturally couldn't let Yi Fan fight alone. They all charged forward. With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal flame formed from runes to Yi Tong. He had his eldest disciple use it as a weapon because it was too compatible with his supreme young divine body. Voila! With another shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal treasure map to Xianxia. This disciple was brave and fierce, but his defense was lacking. This map was perfect for battle. As for the monkey and the human devil, they both had peerless weapons in their hands, so there was no need to worry. As for the old madman, he wasn't empty-handed either. The first immortal sword that had been seized flickered with bloody light. It had been refined by everyone's joint efforts and was already in his hands. This group of ferocious people charged forward with astonishing momentum. They weren't any weaker than those on the other side. This immediately caused a commotion. As for Komatsu, he walked around the great formation. He was ethereal like an immortal and was different from others. He could practically move heaven and earth. At this time, he was actually summoning the formation diagram to obtain it. The four supreme beings were naturally astonished. They couldn't let him succeed, or else the situation would become extremely dangerous. They fought while activating the formation diagram to obstruct him. Divine light illuminated the heavens and sword energy rushed from past to present. The battle reached its climax. Another great battle that would be recorded in the history of divine wars erupted. It was now reaching its climax. Apart from them, there were others in the distance. Dao Yi blocked Huang Shudao, but the two of them only coldly confronted each other and didn't take action. I don't care about anything else. As long as there is darkness unrest, I can only take action. Zhang Byron said calmly. Even though he looked ordinary, his words were extremely imposing. This made the four supreme beings frown. This kind of neutral party had already made his position clear. This kind of decision was equivalent to opposing them. Yi Fan went berserk. His entire body was bathed in golden multicolored light like a golden war god. He faced the great Pring Emperor head-on, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Then he attacked the corpse emperor, clashing repeatedly with this ancient sovereign who was known to have an immortal body. His fists drew blood and his palms pierced through the flesh. All traces of Tao were erased. Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist directly split apart the body that the corpse emperor was so proud of. In particular, the corpse emperor's 6 fingers had long since been broken. Blood splashed everywhere as the severed fingers flew into the air. Emperor's blood splattered everywhere. The heaven and earth became hazy and scarlet. It was an incomparably bitter scene. Yi Fan's hair was disheveled and there was blood splashing out from his body. However, he seemed to have entered a demonic state and didn't feel anything. There was only indifference as he slaughtered in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan was unrivaled. He had entered a demonic state and went berserk. He slaughtered until his blood was boiling. He abandoned everything else and only had boundless battle intent. He was invincible. He charged at the very front like an arrowhead. The others followed at his left and right, catching up shoulder to shoulder as they fought a great battle against the supreme beings. Elder Immortal, Spirit Emperor, and the others were all dripping with blood. They suffered different types of injuries. They actually found it difficult to contend against these individuals and were a bit weaker in terms of aura. For them, this was simply a type of humiliation. When had the archaic emperors ever encountered such a battle? However, that divine body with disheveled hair was too terrifying. His blood energy was like a sea, as if it was going to crush heaven and earth. It made them feel jealous and helpless. Heaven-reaching sect master's immortal execution killing formation is finally going to be in our hands. Z, look good. Loud laughter sounded from the distance. Pangbo arrived. His eyes were bright as he stared at the sword formation. The Black Emperor also came and was right beside him. His saliva flowed and almost drowned Pangbo's feet. Immeasurable celestial being, this humble Taoist knows that this formation and I are fated to meet. A fat Taoist priest appeared. His face was flushed red. The wicked Taoist Duanda also arrived. No one dared to look down on him. It was because above his head was a heaven-devouring demonic jar that was rising and falling, releasing a terrifying aura. Upon closer inspection, he was a bit different. An incomparably mysterious imprint appeared between his brows. It was as if endless immortal tribulation was surging, as if a world was undergoing reincarnation. No one expected that his arrival would immediately affect the battle situation. He didn't take action, yet he made someone on the battlefield turn pale with fright. His body trembled intensely. "It's you, it's actually you." The corpse emperor cried out loudly. There was actually a type of fear in his eyes. He directly rushed into the sky and left the battlefield. There was once someone whose true appearance he had never seen before. However, that imprint was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 1779. That person's research on the seal of reincarnation was unprecedented and unmatched. He could be called the founder of this path, and he could completely control those of the corpse Tao. As long as you stepped onto the corpse Tao, even if you formed the seal of reincarnation and bid farewell to the past, you would still not be his match and would definitely be suppressed. It was even rumored that this person could control the seal of reincarnation. That was the greatest secret he had researched his entire life. The corpse emperor rushed into the sky. He didn't want to attack Duanda, but rather to escape from this place. He wanted to leave this vast battlefield at all costs. As a Grand Emperor Dao expert, he didn't want to be controlled by others. He was afraid that this person would advocate reincarnation and take him as a war slave. However, how could it be so easy when he was in the middle of a battle? Especially under Yi Fan's attacks, fleeing in fear was naturally accompanied by great danger. However, he was truly shocked. He roared, "Underworld Sovereign, he's back." Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that the Underworld Emperor? This name was too ancient, and his origins were astonishing. He was the founder of the Underworld realm, the true founder of this path. It was rumored that he and the Emperor Sovereign were both teacher and friend, one of the most mysterious people since ancient times. Yi Fan was like a god of death. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he opened and closed them. He didn't stare blankly, instead cold and emotionless. He soared into the sky, operating the travel technique to the extreme. The river of time stopped for him. He arrived in the blink of an eye, a fist smashing forward. The fist power was matchless, penetrating the legendary battlefield. With a pu sound, the corpse emperor's back was pierced through, from front to back, dripping with blood. It was an extremely terrifying scene. He had lost his sense of propriety. Just now, he was terrified and only wanted to leave, but in the end he suffered a fierce attack. At this moment, his eyes began to burn brightly, as if he had suddenly calmed down. He roared, "At worst, I'll cut myself again." He roared towards the sky. A pure white halo flew out from within his body. It was precisely the famous seal of reincarnation. It was incomparably holy, but he had actually abandoned it. He didn't fear Yi Fan, but rather the Underworld Emperor, fearing that he would control his life and death. Now that he was seriously injured, it seemed like he was throwing caution to the wind. Everyone was shocked. That reincarnation imprint was extremely terrifying, even more astonishing than an emperor artifact. With woo-woo strange sounds, it descended towards Yi Fan, about to trap him. It looked incomparably pure and holy, but it made people tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the entire underworld, and there was an icy chill in their bones. The most terrifying thing was that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, divine power was about to enter Yi Fan's body, imprison him, and then destroy him. Yi Fan was fearless. He activated his avatar and locked down the space. His left hand formed a seal to control time while his right hand used the Celestial Emperor Fist to destroy everything in his way. Suddenly, Komatsu shouted, "Master, take my sword." It had to be said that Komatsu's methods were exceptional. He plucked an immortal sword from the damaged first killing formation and passed it to Yi Fan. It flowed with hazy bloody radiance and boundless killing intent. Yi Fan was moved. His left hand withdrew the Celestial Emperor imprint, grabbing the sword and hacking forward. No one would have thought that when this sword encountered the reincarnation imprint, it would erupt with waves of scripture chanting. The expiation scripture's supreme profound mysteries were displayed without restraint. This left everyone stupefied. After that pure and holy reincarnation imprint descended, it was blocked by the blood-colored immortal sword. A terrifying gap was cut open and it was actually about to break apart. Specialized in restraining corpse calamity. At the same time, Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist, avatar, and other things all descended. Moreover, the sword shook once more. These methods appeared together, shattering the reincarnation imprint. It turned into pure and holy multicolored light and disappeared. There was a gloominess within the holiness. There was a corpse fiend within the multicolored light. This was a type of contradictory feeling. The corpse emperor screamed miserably. The instant he lost the reincarnation imprint, his essence energy flowed away. He was no longer worried about being controlled by the Netherworld Emperor. However, he had fallen into a terrifying situation. At this moment, he was definitely not as strong as before. He had lost his foundation. Chi! With just a single punch, Yi Fan pierced through the corpse emperor. After that, he waved the long sword in his hand, causing a scarlet multicolored light to rush into the heavens. The peerless immortal sword chopped off the corpse emperor's head. Pooh! The young madman arrived and punched out. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably tyrannical. The corpse emperor's head was smashed into meat paste, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Xianxia also arrived. She picked up the corpse and tossed it to the human demon. Old man, this is your prey. It's crispy after being roasted. Pooh! The human demon didn't even look at it. He smashed down with his cudgel, turning the corpse into a bloody mist. A dignified emperor had died just like that. This was shocking. Everything had happened too suddenly. Everyone turned to look at Duanda. Was he the emperor of the underworld? Boundless celestial being, this humble Taoist was only passing by. Duanda felt a little guilty. He felt somewhat baffled, especially when the great rock emperor, the immortal matron, and the spirit emperor glared at him. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him together. He wanted to slip away. Kill! Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to attack. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Even if there was something strange, it wasn't the time to stop. He pounced towards the great rock emperor. The battle situation had been completely changed. The 3 paragons were now in a passive position. They felt very uneasy as they stared at the heartless Taoist in the air. If he really was the Netherworld Emperor, things would be troublesome. It could be said that Yi Fan and the others had the initiative and the upper hand. On the other side, the Komatsu's progress was also very smooth. He had picked up another immortal sword. Scarlet multicolored light danced in the air, overflowing with killing intent. Dang! The drawn-out sound of a bell resounded throughout the universe. A large golden bell descended from the sky. It was incomparably brilliant and drew out strands of Tao waves that spread towards the mythical battlefield. The golden crow the arch descended from the sky and joined the battle. He had also arrived and stood on the side of Yi Fan and the others, facing off against the immortal matron. In any case, this was a present age the arch. Any supreme from the forbidden region would be apprehensive of him. He was an expert on the same level as them. The most important thing was that his vitality was abundant and far surpassed theirs. There's no more suspense in this battle, right? Everyone thought so. Yi Fan's side occupied the absolute initiative and the outcome was already decided. Boom. However, terrifying fluctuations came from the Big Dipper's direction. A supreme being was about to appear with astonishing aura. This caused everyone to draw in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the most terrifying divine battle in history was about to occur? This battle cannot affect the other planets with life. Zhang Byron spoke. At the same time, a few more figures appeared. One of them was actually the Arch, someone that Zhang Byron had once regarded with great importance and apprehension. He was also staring at the Big Dipper, his aura surging. Are you really going to carry out a world-destroying battle? We'll accompany you to the end. The void split open, and another old monkey appeared. The victorious fighting Buddha had also arrived. It could be said that the lineup of the mythical battlefield was super powerful. Almost half of the strongest experts in the universe had come. Those who aren't afraid of death, come out and scram over here. I'll kill all of you. Duanda roared, shaking the universe. However, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be bluffing. He didn't manage to scare the others, but he himself was a little scared. He stood beside Pang Bo and the Black Empress, and one of his hands unconsciously pinched the large black dog's tail. Woof! The Black Empress turned around and bit. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. In the ancient, desolate, forbidden land of the Big Dipper Star region, the Great Empress awakened. She stood in the sky and looked down on the several forbidden regions. At this moment, the divine senses and auras of the other 4 forbidden regions were all blocked, and they couldn't sense them anymore. The most terrifying confrontation took place there. The Great Empress soared into the sky and faced the 4 forbidden regions alone. Her fine black hair danced in the wind as she looked down on the world. She possessed a truly supreme elegance and peerless beauty. Haha! The Great Rock Emperor laughed bitterly. He was fighting against Yi Fan, and he was laughing so hard that he was coughing up blood. He laughed so hard that tears were almost flowing out. He said, "I've waited for 10,000 years, and this is actually the ending. What a golden era. Are all the forbidden regions going to end just like this?" He laughed crazily, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "A golden era? I think this is going to be the most tragic era. Not only will the forbidden regions end, but you guys will also kill each other. So many outstanding talents, what did they wait for this era for? How pitiful! I can already see the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood." The Great Rock Emperor roared sorrowfully as he fought with Yi Fan. On the other side, the Golden Crow the Arch was fighting fiercely against Senior Celestial. As for the Spirit Emperor, he was the most miserable. He was surrounded by the human demon, the monkey, the young crazy old man, and the others. His body was covered in blood, and he was about to die. Clang! Komatsu picked up the 4th immortal sword, but at this time, the formation diagram suddenly tore through the void and disappeared. This was an unforeseen event. Many people were shocked, and they didn't know why such a thing would happen. The most mysterious and terrifying killing formation diagram had left the mortal world once again. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. The more he fought, the calmer he became. It was like a true celestial emperor had been revived, and he was invincible as he continuously attacked. Boom! He sent the Great Rock Emperor flying with a punch, and a large amount of blood splattered. Without waiting for the Great Rock Emperor to stabilize, he had already rushed over like a ghost and stomped down, shattering the Great Rock Emperor. And this strike also caused the entire mythical battlefield to be torn apart. The Great Rock Emperor roared angrily. He reformed his true body and turned into a golden great rock. With a flap of his wings, the stars in the universe collapsed, and his golden feathers shone resplendently. This battle was world-shaking, and it shook the river of time. It was extremely tragic, and it was lamentable that no matter how powerful the Great Rock Emperor was, he still fell under the feet of Yi Fan. Blood splattered as Yi Fan tore it apart. The massive Great Rock Emperor's body crushed the universe. The primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it couldn't avoid Yi Fan's unrivaled fist and was blasted apart. He was bathed in the Great Rock Emperor's blood. He was incomparably cold as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. He was like a demonic god, and his messy hair was stained with blood as he walked forward step by step. Boom! Yi Fan's legs swept out, sending Grandma Immortal, who was fighting against the Golden Crow the Arch, flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as she was heavily injured. Then, the Golden the Arch Bell descended, shaking her body into pieces. After that, Yi Fan didn't even turn his head and turned to another battlefield. With a loud roar, he struck out with his strongest attack. He transformed into a blazing bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and pierced through the Great Rock Emperor's body. Blood splattered 3,000 feet. Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others' attacks arrived, drowning the Great Rock Emperor. The battlefield was silent. The 4 supreme beings had all been killed. Not a single one survived. Blood was everywhere, and the mythological battlefield was covered in scarlet. In the distant sky, those who hadn't attacked fell silent. Huang Shudao had already turned and left because he knew he wasn't Yi Fan's opponent. The others also sighed. Yi Fan was an anomaly. He hadn't become the Arch yet, but he already had the unparalleled elegance of killing a flawless Emperor Dao expert. He's a special one. He has the strongest saint physique in history. and might be able to become someone like Celestial the Archhuang and Di Zun. At this moment, everyone clearly understood how powerful and terrifying he was. This battle has ended. Master, what are we going to do next? Xianxia asked excitedly. He was very excited because this was the first time he had participated in such a great battle. His blood was boiling. The battle hasn't ended yet. Yi Fan calmly said. He looked at the distant Big Dipper and said, since we've already taken action, we should flatten 1 or 2 forbidden areas. Chapter 1780. The mythical battlefield was torn apart. There had never been such a bitter battle like this before. So many experts participated in the battle, yet 4 great supreme beings died at once. Blood was everywhere, and the corpses of supreme beings lay in disarray. Yi Fan was cold and tyrannical. He towered in the heavens, overlooking the endless heavens. His head of black hair danced about chaotically. He was like an unrivaled demonic god that looked down on the world. This battle was extremely bitter. He personally killed supreme beings. He was powerful to the extreme, leaving behind an unerasable impression on every expert here. Forget about everything else. Just him alone was enough to threaten the existence of the restricted region. There had never been so many unrivaled geniuses who appeared at the same time, yet he still shone with resplendent radiance. He was an anomaly, the most powerful divine body in history. This battle was extremely bitter. The previous archaic emperors shed blood, but it ended in a depressing manner. Yi Fan was cold, but he wasn't emotionless. This battle only happened because their standpoints were different. Otherwise, why would he unleash such a massacre? The scene was extremely quiet. No one said anything. Many people were moved. After all, those were archaic emperors. Every single one of them had an extremely glorious past, suppressing the cosmos and intimidating the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were unrivaled in the heavens above and earth below. Every single one of them was outstanding. They were young, hot-blooded, and protected all life. Their radiance illuminated past, present, and future, and no one under the heavens could contend against them. However, they still passed away in the end. They staggered through the years, struggling on the path of longevity, but in the end, they changed, ending their lives in decline. If one seriously thought about it, every single one of them was extremely lamentable. They were so resplendent in the past, passing through the sea of blood on the path of emperors, becoming one of the most powerful individuals since the ancient times. However, in the end, they still ended up like this. Time is like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. The path of longevity is enchanting. This is the opening scene of Blood and Bones, a sorrowful painting. Yi Fan sighed softly. When these words were spoken, everyone was moved. The decline of emperors and emperors was a modeled painting dyed in blood. How much bitterness, how much suffering, how much glory, all of it was buried under this sigh. The army marched forward. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he led the troops toward the Big Dipper star region. They were really on their way to the forbidden land of peace. Everyone was shocked. Just how bold was this? Since ancient times, there had never been such a crazy person. He wanted to end the legend of the restricted region, uproot the ancient taboo land. Kill! The large black dog barked madly. Ever since he had been forced to leave the Big Dipper galaxy, he had only returned once or twice, and there had always been a knot in his heart. In this life, the only thing I can do is fight and settle all of the troubles of the later generations. The roar shook the heavens. The lineup of the celestial court was truly powerful. It was comparable to the mythological era, where all kinds of experts coexisted. Now, they had gathered together to attack the Big Dipper star region, wanting to enter the forbidden zone of life. Along the way, the various races of the universe all trembled. Just how terrifying of a great army was this? Since ancient times, who dared to do this? The 7 great life-restricted regions were like aloof and remote deities that needed people to offer sacrifices and worship. Who dared disrespect them? Who could conquer them? The entire world was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was nervous and afraid. There was anticipation and fear as they watched Yi Fan and the others. He really is a variable. In this era, perhaps the most powerful person in history will emerge. The Big Dipper Emperor's aura surged, and a murderous aura spread throughout the ages. Above the forbidden zone of life, there was a bronze celestial palace. Auspicious chi curled around it, and celestial light cascaded down. A woman of unmatched beauty stood there. The large hole in the bronze palace had long since been repaired and refined. Meanwhile, the ancient origin mine, high heavens, celestial mausoleum, and divine ruins, the four great forbidden regions, also released powerful auras, forming a terrifying confrontation. Xianxia and the others were shocked. The female empress was proud and aloof, and she was ready to unleash a strike at any moment. Her body transcended the mortal world, and there was actually an aura of immortality. Her appearance couldn't be seen, her immortal appearance couldn't be seen, but at this moment, Duanda, who came with the troop, couldn't help but shiver. It was because above his head, that heaven-devouring evil jar was shining on its own, flowing with life energy. The Black Emperor and the heartless Taoist exchanged a glance, and then quickly shifted their gazes away. They tightly shut their mouths, not saying a single word. Saint Physique Yi Fan, you are too overbearing. You are bullying others intolerably. A loud shout transmitted over. It's not that I am bullying others, but rather that you all don't know how to restrain yourselves. This cosmos isn't your breeding ground. In this great golden era, you all can no longer do as you please. Yi Fan shouted. He was extremely dignified, as if a celestial emperor had descended into the lower realm. Even Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the other disciples felt a terrifying pressure when they faced him. Not to mention the others, all the supreme experts who followed the Big Dipper and paid close attention to this great commotion sighed inwardly. Yi Fan's great power had already been established, and no one under the heavens could stop him. When we were protecting this cosmos as emperors, your ancestors were still prostrating and praying beneath our feet. Yet now you want to rebel? Another voice rebuked angrily. I respect your first era. During your dying years, the dark upheavals of the past have devoured countless creatures, making the heaven and earth grieve for you all. Yi Fan's expression was calm, but his voice was cold. He thought of GZ, Gai Juyo, and the white-clothed divine king. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a type of pain and regret. He said, after experiencing the world dyed in blood, I once swore that I would be able to flatten the forbidden regions in my lifetime, and that there would no longer be any dark upheavals. Arrogant. The great emperors of the previous generations have already established a solid foundation. How many supreme beings are left? In this lifetime, I will fight to the end for the sake of flattening the forbidden regions of life. Yi Fan's voice shook the great cosmos. This kind of oath was both shocking and exciting. At this moment, his voice echoed throughout the great star regions. The unrivaled will and the will of the heavens were in harmony, causing the great cosmos to rumble and tremble for him. Yi Fan took action. The life-restricted region he chose was the divine ruins. Historical remains were everywhere here, with the remains of the celestial court from the legendary era. There were towers and palaces, some buildings engraved with formation patterns personally engraved by emperors. Back then, ancient heaven broke apart, splitting apart in the divine war. Many divine lands fell into the 8 wastelands of the cosmos, and this was one of the most important places. Heaven and earth trembled. Yi Fan's large hand reached out, forcibly uprooting the divine ruins, placing it into the great cosmos stellar river. This was simply matchless divine might, ignoring the supreme beings inside, forcefully uprooting mountains and rivers, digging up this place, shaking heaven and earth. The people inside took action, but they couldn't change this reality, unable to stop everything. They reached out a large hand, smashing over murderously, but in the end, it was blasted back by Yi Fan. The monkey shouted loudly. He held the immortal iron rod, his expression bold and powerful, all of the golden fur on his body standing on end. He was the first to slaughter his way in, because this place had his race's immortal peach tree. This immortal medicine wandered about aimlessly, ultimately seized by the people of the divine ruins. Now he was going to get it back. At the same time, the victorious fighting Buddha also took action. Even though he was already extremely old, right now, he was just as valiant and domineering. A divine ape fist smashed down, shocking heaven and earth. For the sake of flattening the restricted region, no one would hold back. The young man, old lunatic, Komatsu, and the others all slaughtered their way over, entering the divine ruins, using their most powerful methods to attack. A figure rushed out, shattering a giant immortal source block in the sky, directly ascending to the extreme, forced to fight a great battle here. He shouted loudly, "Dao friends, if you all aren't going to take action, then when are you all going to wait? Could it be that you really are going to wait for him to break you all down one by one?" He was actually the only one left in the divine ruins, exceeding everyone's expectations. However, in Yi Fan's deductions, this was also the reason why he chose this place as the first battlefield. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. Origin Ancient Mine, Immortal Tomb, and High Heavens all trembled intensely. Several powerful auras rushed into the heavens, someone about to emerge. However, a great Wunglong noise sounded. A giant bronze immortal palace flew up, illuminating the past, present, and future, immediately separating the divine ruins from the outside world. Immortal artifact. At this moment, people in Origin Ancient Mine, High Heavens, and Immortal Tomb all cried out in alarm, staring at the bronze immortal palace in disbelief. An exceptionally beautiful empress stood on top. A true immortal artifact. These words made everyone tremble. The three great restricted regions immediately became quiet. They immediately thought of many things. This time, I will only destroy the divine ruins. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The human heart was always like this. The three great restricted regions hesitated for a moment, as if they were weighing their options. It was because the price of appearing in the world was too great. Yi Fan decisively took action. He was like a dragon leopard, vigorous and swift, crossing through the air, joining the battle. He stepped down from above, domineering heaven and earth, no one able to stop him. He forcibly shattered all of the formation patterns in heaven and earth, stepping on the divine ruin's supreme being's fist that smashed towards the sky. The two collided, as if heaven and earth were at peace. At first, an auspicious aura shocked the heavens, but immediately afterwards, bloody light splashed in all directions. Yi Fan and him both used all of their strength, condensing over 1,000 moves into the most powerful strike. Pooh! In the end, the divine ruin's supreme being's fist exploded, badly mangled. He staggered backwards. Kill! Yi Fan released a great roar, taking action again. The two were like divine dragons attacking each other, colliding intensely. Blood splashed out from time to time, dyeing the universe's blue skies red. In the end, a loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's palm sent him flying, and then the killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being swept out. Bloody light pervaded millions and millions of li, cutting him in half at the waist. Now, he no longer took action. He rose into the air, arriving beside the bronze immortal palace, facing the three great restricted regions together with the Empress, silently confronting them. In the back, the monkey, human demon, and the others took action together, drowning out the heavily injured divine ruin's supreme being. This was especially the case when the Golden Crow Great Emperor's divine bell descended. With a dang sound, cracks appeared on his broken body once again. This battle came to an end. The last supreme being of the divine ruins was killed. The great universe rumbled, his Tao scattering, his spirit turning into ashes. The entire world was shocked. Another supreme being finished his life. The first half of his life was glorious, the second half was sinister, accompanied by a pitiful struggle. In the final moment, there was only desolation and that shocking smear of blood. Time is like a blade, cutting down heavenly geniuses. Yi Fan said softly, looking at the Origin Ancient Mine, Immortal Mausoleum, and the last few great restricted regions. The glorious opening, the blood-dyed scroll, and the miserable conclusion made the unmatched emperors in the restricted regions fall silent. There were too many emotions in their hearts. They thought of many things. They had once been revered by all clans, previously matchless and unparalleled, once proud and unyielding, But now, what was left of them? Was time truly like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses? Yi Fan saw the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. This empress seemed to have transcended, standing out from the masses. Chapter 1781. The atmosphere in Big Dipper was very tense. This was a confrontation between great emperors, and a storm could break out at any moment. It was so oppressive that it was suffocating. A cold snort sounded. In the end, no one from the 3 great restricted regions appeared. The divine ruins had already become a thing of the past. At that time, they didn't have time to take action, and now, there was no need for them to do so. The great battle had ended, and the ruins of God had been flattened. From then on, it had become a thing of the past. The gods in this forbidden area could no longer appear in the world. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. Great waves rose and fell in his heart. How could he not know who this was now? Emperor Ruthless, the most talented person since ancient times. She wore white clothes, quiet and aloof, that type of temperament impossible to find in this world. When she was quiet, she was like a virgin, but once she became fierce, even the great cosmos would tremble. After more than 200,000 years passed, she was still as magnificent as before, the passage of time not leaving behind the slightest trace on her body. Her current state was shocking, not even the supreme beings in the restricted regions aware of this. This was a path of transformation that shocked even immortals. From the demon body to the divine core, her life was filled with legends. Even now, there were still many things that were unknown to others. She was glorious to the extreme. Since ancient times, how many people dared to call themselves celestial emperors? She was one of them. Too many legends, left behind too many unsolved mysteries for future generations. She was as agile as an immortal. She floated into the bronze immortal palace and disappeared. The entire ancient palace sank into the ancient restricted region. All the gods had been killed, and there were no more ruins of God. The people from the celestial court entered this restricted area and cleared away the dangerous formation patterns here. They were going to move it away and turn it into another courtyard of the celestial court. This would be the most glorious spoils of war. This ancient tree wasn't all that tall. It had grown for endless years, yet it was only 1 or 2 meters tall. This left everyone astonished. This was the ancient peach tree of immortality, a true immortal herb. It wasn't as tall as the impure tree in the Jade Lake. The old tree bark split apart like dragon scales. Even though it wasn't tall and sturdy, it was bold and powerful enough, displaying an ancient aura. How many years has it been? I didn't expect to see my clan's precious medicine again. The victorious fighting Buddha said softly. His expression was absent-minded as he thought of his father and older brothers. He thought of the past. Time truly passed by like smoke. The monkey also didn't move for a very long time. There were too many emotions in its heart when facing this tree. The end of this battle shocked the universe. The ruins of God were removed, and an even larger courtyard appeared in the celestial court. An old peach tree was planted in it, and there were often children running around there. After this battle, the world was greatly shaken. The celestial court's divine might was vast and mighty, spreading to all realms. No one could contend against it. Who could match such a glorious battle record? Yi Fan's name shook the universe, and he was called the uncrowned emperor. There had only ever been a generation like this where someone could sweep through the restricted regions and even flatten the sea of reincarnation, undying mountain, and the ruins of God. Their achievements were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, no one able to erase them. The world was in an uproar, only calming down after several decades. Everyone sensed that an unprecedented golden age had arrived, one that was different from the past. Yes, even the supreme masters could not threaten the human world. As the sacred physique Yi Fan said, even a dragon had to coil up and a tiger had to lie down. This was a period of glory. A large number of geniuses emerged from all clans, making this great world appear even more resplendent. Heroes emerged in large numbers, and experts were as common as trees in a forest. However, the celestial court still stood alone, incomparable. There were several experts who could fight against supreme beings overseeing this place. Who could compare to them? Their next generation was similarly stunning as well, establishing a brilliant reputation in the various star domains. They flourished and flourished, making everyone sigh in admiration. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial court flourished day by day, having several supreme beings in one clan. This was something only the legendary era could compare to, establishing an undying legend. Even though not a single one of them became an emperor, not a true unmatched Emperor Dao expert, every single member of the celestial court firmly believed that they would definitely create history, with several emperors existing side by side. Now that they thought about the grand battle diagram Yi Fan drew, it actually became real. It was simply like a dream. Conquering the life-restricted regions was no longer just empty talk. There were still restricted region children in this world, but now, they were so low profile that they almost disappeared. No one dared to stir up trouble anymore. On the contrary, during these years, many of the younger generation of the celestial court, such as Li Tian's great-grandson, Dong Feng Ye's fourth grandson, Li Heishui's descendant, and others all rushed towards Big Dipper without any fear. These people followed the footsteps of their seniors. A large number of disciples of the celestial court wanted to walk the path that Yi Fan and the others had walked, wanting to personally experience that type of Tao comprehension. Just like that, Big Dipper suddenly became incomparably prosperous. Heroes of the ancient paths all headed over, mainly driven by a large number of the younger generation heroes of the celestial court. A storm was brewing here. There were the descendants of the supreme deities, Yin Tianda's descendants, and the Fire Qilan's children. In the blink of an eye, another generation of heroes flourished. During this process, the paths that Yi Fan walked, such as the Eastern Wasteland, the Divine City Remains, and others, all became places where people stopped. It was to the extent where gambling once again became popular. Bits and pieces of the mining sect, the establishment of the celestial court, all of them were excavated by others. What left everyone the most speechless was that there were people who actually hurried outside Immortal Tomb. There were also people who gazed at Origin Ancient Mine, moving around it. There were restricted region children who came out in anger, but they didn't dare unleash a great slaughter. It was because among these younger generation, not only were there heroes from great star systems, there were also direct descendants of the celestial court. They were scared of provoking a great war. Once the celestial court slaughtered their way over, that would be a great disaster. Even their fathers felt restraining fear towards that terrifying divine body. When news got out, the older generation figures were all speechless. This was simply a bit inconceivable. When had this type of thing ever happened? The restricted region actually had such misgivings, actually understanding how to be flexible. This was completely different from their past style. One has to understand that in the past, once someone disturbed them, they would inevitably die without a burial ground. They had always been executed no matter how far away they were. However now, the restricted regions were doing everything they could to avoid conflict. There was only one reason, and that was that they were scared of Yi Fan slaughtering his way over, not wishing for a great battle to happen. What kind of power was this? Everyone couldn't help but release a long sigh. In the battle of the past, Yi Fan slaughtered out a brilliant name, even the restricted region lord feeling worry, not willing to lightly start a war. Everyone almost developed a type of illusion. Who exactly was the restricted region supreme being? The current situation was too different, completely different from the past. Of course, there would occasionally be conflicts. That day, Li Tian's great-grandson returned to the celestial court covered in blood, asking for reinforcements. "Grandfather, hurry and set out. Our people have been captured into Immortal Tomb. There are restricted region descendants who want to unleash a massacre." "What? Order the generals, slaughter our way to their door." Li Tian erupted with anger. The first person he sought out was Yi Tong. That was his good disciple, someone he was extremely proud of. Then, the warmongering Xianxia heard the news and hurried over, conveniently dragging the human devil along, telling him to go hunting. When the celestial court's army arrived majestically, the Big Dipper shook and the four poles of heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was shocked. How many years had it been? Could it be that a great battle was about to break out again? Xianxia and the others arrived outside the immortal tomb, seemingly ready to charge in. If not for Yi Tong's steadiness, perhaps the other two warmongering maniacs would have already killed their way in. For so many years, the world had respected the celestial court, but the restricted region actually stirred up trouble again. Naturally, it incurred the wrath of the masses. The immortal tomb reacted very quickly. An old servant appeared, and after seeing the group, his expression changed greatly. Then, he quickly revealed a smile and said in an extremely courteous manner, "Everyone, I believe this is a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" "Release our children," Li Tian shouted. In the end, the disciples of the celestial court were all released, and the person who had attacked was also escorted out and reprimanded by the old servant. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a huge uproar. The restricted region actually took the initiative to lower their heads. This was truly a rare sight. At this moment, everyone knew that the celestial court was no longer able to contend against them. It could be described with a single phrase: a sovereign descending upon the world. After this incident, the celestial court's prestige was unparalleled for a period of time. It was comparable to the ancient heaven at the end of the legend era. Their grandeur was too strong, and they were unrivaled under the heavens. Even the restricted region was unwilling to provoke them. In the following years, the human devil and Xianxia moved out to search for the whereabouts of a few people. They were all children of the restricted region who had wandered outside. There were people from the high heavens, and there were also people from the destroyed restricted regions like the Undying Mountain. Back then, when Yi Fan was in seclusion for 100 years, these children of the restricted region went on a killing spree, causing the celestial court to lose a few major combat divisions. Some of these people hid in the restricted regions, but those who wandered outside became the targets of their pursuit. In just a few decades, almost all the people who had massacred the troops of the celestial court had been killed one after another. This caused people to tremble, and the cultivators of the world were both excited and terrified. To the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had experienced that calamity, this was the best news. It made them excited, and they felt that the celestial court's grand battle plan was unfolding. The celestial court was truly too powerful. Now, this colossus was unshakable. The only consolation for the cultivators was that they had never bullied the weak, and their goal had always been to flatten the restricted regions. Boom! On this day, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from the mythical battlefield. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to investigate. Later on, some people finally went there, but they found nothing. The battle had long since ended. Even after several years, no one knew who had fought there. In the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan sat cross-legged. It had been 100 years since the ruins of God had been flattened, and he had spent most of his time comprehending the Tao with his eyes closed. "Master, what do you think of the Golden Crow the Arch? I feel that he might become a source of trouble. Although he helped us in the battle 100 years ago, the timing he chose was too. It was just icing on the cake," Hua Hua said. "It's fine. He will never become a source of trouble, and he will be the arch with peace of mind," Yi Fan said. Not only Hua Hua, but the others also felt the same. The Golden Crow the Arch was hard to guess. They always felt that this person looked righteous, but he was also a little deep. "Why do you say that?" Hua Hua didn't understand. Yi Fan picked up a golden feather and said, "As long as I'm strong enough, he will never become a source of trouble. He will be the Golden Crow the Arch with peace of mind, and his name will be left in history. Every time we pacify the restricted regions, he will have some credit." Hua Hua didn't understand, but when she stared at the golden feather, she gradually revealed a shocked expression. "This is the divine feather of the Golden Crow the Arch. In that case, the battle a few years ago was between Master and him?" Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. The news finally spread. A few years ago, Yi Fan had a spar with the Golden Crow the Arch. In the end, the demon the Arch returned in defeat. He wasn't a match for Yi Fan. The universe was in an uproar. This made people's hearts jump. Although everyone knew that Yi Fan was strong enough, he once again proved his invincible might, which shocked many people. The arch had been defeated. There had never been a generation like this one. During the peak of the Thearcha's life, he had never been defeated. This was an unbreakable realm. In the same generation as the arch who had just achieved the Tao, even the greatest prodigy could only be gloomy. However, it was different in this life. Yi Fan hadn't become the arch, but he had suppressed the arch, creating an unprecedented miracle. Although people already had a premonition that he had already displayed enough divine might in the restricted regions, it was still very frightening now that it was confirmed. It showed that his divine might was unparalleled. Chapter 1782. The Celestial Court's power grew by the day. Yi Fan was unrivaled under the heavens and even defeated the great emperor of the present age. This shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the myriad realms were in an uproar. The great defeat of the demonic emperor had far-reaching effects. It spread throughout the universe in the next few decades, and there wasn't a single race that wasn't shaken. After this battle, Yi Fan was like a high and mighty deity. As long as his decree was issued, there wasn't a single race that didn't submit and obey. No race dared to go against the will of the Celestial Court. And the Celestial Court didn't become overbearing because of this. It was still the same as before. Eradicating the forbidden zone of life was their goal, and they wouldn't dispute with other great sections. After this battle, the atmosphere in the universe gradually changed. There were too many heroes in this era. Originally, the Golden Crow's Tao and becoming the demonic emperor had extinguished everyone's hopes. Now Yi Fan defied the heavens and defeated the great emperor. This made the peerless genius's eyes become clear, and they revealed strange expressions. They firmed the conviction in their hearts. As expected, in the following years, the Fire Qilin in Tianda and the others all cultivated bitterly, doing their best to increase their cultivation. They wanted to improve even further. The extraordinary years of the Celestial Court began. It was unrivaled under the heavens, and people from all directions came to worship it. Its illustrious name was sung throughout the universe, and there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't respect it. More than 200 years passed in the blink of an eye after the battle that flattened the Forbidden Zone. Yi Fan was already close to 2,000 years old, and he was truly an unrivaled warrior. No one could contend against him, and it was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the vast universe. During this period, the Celestial Court developed rapidly. The saying, "Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers," and the establishment of an immortal sect gradually became true. Every day, the altar of the Celestial Court would have a grand chanting of sutras. There was a cauldron there. After Yi Fan's myriad qi was recast, it was placed on the altar to receive the power of faith from all directions. The faith inside was like the ocean, and also like the primal chaos, boundless and boundless. The power of faith turned into a vast and boundless liquid, causing the cauldron to be reborn. However, Yi Fan didn't use a single bit and allowed it to accumulate. In the cauldron, the power of faith formed a divine embryo, and a person that looked exactly like Yi Fan was being nurtured. In the cauldron, the power of faith formed a divine embryo, and a person that looked exactly like Yi Fan was being born. Monkey told everyone with joy that the victorious fighting Buddha had finally cast aside the last bit of obsession in his heart and returned to the mortal world, walking together with Princess Divine Silkworm. In the end, the two of them lived in seclusion in a courtyard in the heavenly court, the ruins of God. Sigh, time waits for no man. My uncle is really getting old. The monkey sighed softly. Even he was over 2,000 years old. His uncle was already several thousand years old during the primordial era, and he was born 2,000 years earlier than the monkey. Now he was truly old. Fan Li King's most, saints, great, but Fan King was. The victorious fighting king had been fighting all his life, and it was the same even after he entered Buddhism. He couldn't let go of everything in the primordial era and battled with himself in his heart. After so many years, he finally understood. Now, he no longer had the aura of a cultivator and was like an ordinary old man. He strolled with Princess Divine Silkworm every day, watching the sunrise and sunset together. Accompanying each other in old age made one feel very warm. Yi Fan sighed. The victorious fighting Buddha was really old. Maybe his life was coming to an end and he didn't have many years left to live. He had once prepared to pluck the undying celestial medicine and asked the victorious fighting Buddha to consume it, but the victorious fighting Buddha declined. Is living for a long time a blessing? Look at that forbidden zone. It's so tragic. Every supreme in there has been gasping for millions of years. Do they really not regret it? The victorious fighting Buddha smiled and left with Princess Divine Silkworm. He teased the children in the celestial court under the sunset, and the two of them smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Behind them was a little divine silkworm. Now, it had become a little golden lion. It was only a foot long and followed them like a little tail. It looked charmingly naive and cute. The princess of the god race had once said that this little silkworm had an extremely strange origin. It had appeared mysteriously in the ancestral land, and the transformation it had undergone was exactly the same as the divine emperor of the race in the past. It had truly forgotten the past, and each transformation was a new life. Other divine silkworms could use some methods to preserve their old memories, but it was different. The divine silkworm had once thought that it was another ancestor that had reappeared. Time is really hurtful. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the others sighed because they could clearly feel that although the old lunatic and the human demon were still full of vigor, they were really old. They were also in the later stages of their lives. All in all, the celestial court could be considered peaceful and warm. Ji Haoyue, who had disappeared for many years, had returned. Back then, he had suffered a great defeat in the god race. In the universe, he had fallen into a celestial being formation by mistake and had been trapped for more than 1,000 years. After Ji Qingdao had advanced to quasi-emperor, he had been searching for his parents for a long time. He had traveled the universe in hopes of reuniting with his parents. The call of his bloodline had allowed him to sense where his father had fallen. In the end, Yi Fan had personally broken through the celestial being formation and rescued Ji Haoyue. In fact, Ji Haoyue himself had almost broken through the formation. He had comprehended Tao for more than 1,000 years, comprehending all the methods of the tribulation-passing celestial being, and had achieved great success in his Xian cultivation. Ziyu. When Ji Haoyue heard everything that had happened over the years, tears welled up in his eyes and he said, "Brother didn't protect you well." Yi Fan's heart ached when he heard this. Father, aunt, and sister Zi have become immortals. You don't have to be sad, Ji Qingdao said as he held his arm. It's my fault. Becoming an immortal is the dream of so many people. This is a good thing. Yi Fan, don't think too much. Thank you for bringing happiness to Ziyu all these years, Ji Haoyue said to Yi Fan as he wiped away the tears in his eyes. Ji Haoyue was a strong-minded person. After he got out, he immediately went to see his wife. Not long after the family reunited, he went to the god race to battle the great ultimate god. In this battle, with Yi Fan's secret intervention, both sides ended in a draw. All the grievances were resolved the moment both sides fell. After all, that was his wife's brother and his child's uncle. Ji Haoyue didn't want to make things difficult for his family. After that, Ji Haoyue and his wife went into seclusion in the celestial court. When Duanda heard the news, he rushed over as if his butt was on fire. He sparred with Ji Haoyue about the heavenly technique of passing tribulations. He forcefully interfered with the family of three and discussed it endlessly every day. In the end, Ji Haoyue could see that he didn't want the technique, but he wanted the bits and pieces of the ruins. It was as if he wanted to open up some old memories. Sigh, everyone has their own happiness. Even a tomb raider is busy all day, running around happily. How should I plan my life? The big black dog said when he was drunk. Yes, even that monkey seems to be in love. It said that the six-eared macaque might be a female. Now that the sacred prince is sparring with her all day, I think. Longmas said with a lisp. In the end, he was hit on the back of his head with a stick, and a huge bump appeared. He was instantly enraged and shouted, "Who dares to sneak an attack on me?" In the end, when he saw the monkey holding a stick and glaring at him from behind, he was very happy and immediately fell asleep on the table, snoring like thunder. "Oh, monkey, you're here. Come. Let's drink a few cups. I'll talk to you about my life's ideals." The big black dog dragged the monkey to sit down. What ideals do you have? Just now, you didn't even have a direction in life. Who said I didn't? Just now, I suddenly thought of many things. Listen to me slowly. The big black dog forcefully poured a cauldron of wine into his mouth, and then smashed it heavily on the table. Unfortunately, it smashed onto the head of Longma, who was pretending to be dead. It was so painful that he grimaced and jumped up, cursing loudly. Don't be noisy. Listen to me slowly. The big black dog's eyes were slightly blurred, and at this time, a group of children also ran over to listen to him. I hope to spend this life peacefully and have a beautiful living environment. For example, plant a path-understanding tree in the backyard and cool off in the summer heat. Make a herb garden in the front yard. Plant a few stalks of true dragon, immortal phoenix, 9 wonders, qilin, long live, and so on. Watch them bloom and wither, and smell their fragrance. That can cultivate one's mind. Oh, of course, it has to be more elegant. I want to set up a bookshelf with at least a few dozen books on it. Otherwise, how can it reflect my erudition and literary talent? For example, the secret books of Di Zun, Great Emperor Wu Shi, Great Emperor Ruthless, and so on must be on display. There must also be the 9 secrets, Buddhist 6-syllable mantra, and so on. Of course, it's best to get a complete collection of the 18 forbidden techniques, which are the strongest forbidden secret techniques of the great emperors. As for the furniture in the house, I'll use the Eternal Universe Furnace for the stove, the Void Mirror for the mirror, the Undying Heaven Blade for cutting carrots and vegetables, the Myriad Chi Cauldron for cooking, and the West Emperor Tower as a nest and a bird cage. Raise a bird, I must raise a demon emperor. For example, the Golden Crow is not bad. Oh, I forgot to dig out a creation origin eye. When I'm thirsty, I'll take a scoop. The Black Emperor talked incessantly, his saliva flying everywhere. The monkey, Longma, Pangbo, Li Tian, Xianxia, and the others who had just arrived, all looked at each other, their hearts itching. Meanwhile, the group of little kids had already started shouting and scratching their heads. They were also very envious of the Black Emperor's ideals. You haven't said the most important point yet. No matter what, you have to leave behind a few pups. Otherwise, who will inherit your legacy? Duanda walked in and chuckled. Woof, Tomb Raider, tell me, are you the Netherworld Emperor? The large black dog pounced over in a drunken manner and grabbed him by the collar. Then he shouted at the others, come, charge with me. Press him down and give him the 10 great tortures of the myths and legends. Make him confess. With a swoosh, the group, including the monkey, Longma, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others, as well as some young children, pounced over and prepared to interrogate Duanda. Immeasurable Mother * King Celestial Being, who took off my Taoist robe, who stole my hairpin. Duanda shouted loudly. His entire body was filled with treasures, yet he was held down by the monkey and the others. The group of young children rushed over and robbed him clean. Even his shoes, socks, and pants were taken off. He was almost completely naked. Yi Fan arrived at a courtyard alone. This was originally his home, where Ji Ziyue and little Z lived. But now, this place was very quiet. The laughter of the past were missing, and their voices could no longer be heard. In the courtyard, there was a parasol tree. The lightning phoenix that Ji Ziyue had raised, Little Thing, lived on top of it. Little Big Sister and her daughter had left, but Little Thing was still waiting and protecting it. Big brother Yi, you're here? Little Thing had grown up long ago, and his cultivation level was terrifying. Because he had eaten the demon god flower and his own bloodline was astonishing, his progress could only be described as terrifying. He was a great hidden expert of the celestial court. However, he had always been very pure, and his temperament had never changed. He was also very optimistic, and firmly believed that he would be able to meet Ziyue in the future. Yi Fan nodded and greeted him. In the courtyard, there was another plant. It was precisely the demon god flower. The flower had already withered, and it would take 50,000 years for it to bloom again. It was transplanted here by Ji Ziyue. Divine Sun. Little Kay was also here, and she was currently tidying up the courtyard. Little Kay, or Big Sister, often comes to tidy up, said Little Thing. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He chatted with them for a while, and then he picked up a rotten wooden chest and left. Little Kay stared blankly at his departing figure. She didn't say anything for a long time, and her heart was empty. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't bear to speak. Little Kay saw that the divine sun in her heart had never changed disappear. She murmured, "Divine sun, don't speak. It's just that I can see you every day. I'm very happy and I don't want to leave this place." After so many years, Yi Fan was finally going to deal with this rotten wooden chest, because apart from the great emperor, no one could touch it. Chapter 1783. There were 3 types of wondrous flowers in this world. Just like the undying immortal medicine, they were all unique, and they were even more mysterious with astonishing origins. The first was the demonic god flower. The little guy absorbed its essence when he was born, and it was a supreme treasure of the demon race. It bloomed once every 50,000 years. The second was the Tao harmonizing flower, and it was even more precious. It had only appeared once since ancient times, and it was rumored that once it appeared, the moment it bloomed, it could allow one to harmonize with the Tao and become an emperor. One could well imagine how mystical this flower was. Even if it wasn't the world's #1 supreme treasure, it wouldn't be too far off. Unfortunately, it was too rare. It only appeared once during the Age of Legends, and was never seen again. Some people speculated that it needed tens of thousands to over 100 years to bloom once. There was another type of flower that similarly had astonishing origins. It contained astonishing secrets that only the great emperors of ancient times could appreciate. It was precisely the divine flower, representing the pinnacle of beauty. The one inside the rotten wooden chest was precisely one of the 3 wondrous flowers. Back then, Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi returned from Ziwei to Big Dipper. They picked up a rotten wooden chest outside of this region, and within it was actually a divine flower. Once this flower withered, it would turn into a seed. Then, it would break through the heavens and appear in another world. This was the only one in this world. Legend has it that it fell from the immortal world, becoming a supreme treasure of the mortal world. In the past, the divine flower was a weapon of intimidation within the celestial court. They almost used it several times, but they always kept it. Now, it was taken out by Yi Fan, because he had no use for it anymore. Now that he had reached this realm, it was enough to intimidate everything. When the divine flower bloomed, only the great emperors could enjoy it. Legend has it that it was the world's most beautiful spectacle, dazzling and beautiful to the point that emperors would become intoxicated, while others could not see it. If those who were not emperors saw it, their primordial spirit might turn into a rain of light, ultimately heading towards self-destruction. Some people said that it might contain the laws of the immortal world. Yi Fan personally opened the rotten wooden chest and planted a mysterious plant on the undying mountain cliff he normally sat on. It immediately began to sway and release a dazzling rain of light. He used his divine will to only call out a few people, such as the monkey, the demonic human, and the old madman. Only those who could fight against supreme beings could come, or else he feared that there would be a huge problem. "Master, what is this?" Komatsu blinked his large eyes and asked. Even though many years had passed, he still had the temperament of a newborn, ethereal and pure. "This is the world's most beautiful flower. Once it blooms, even great emperors will be enchanted. They are known as gods. Today, I will treat everyone to an extremely beautiful flower." Yi Fan smiled. Then, he put away his smile and warned everyone that if they felt unwell, they shouldn't try to be brave and should quickly retreat. All right. The human devils and the others happily agreed. They were filled with anticipation towards this legendary divinity from the immortal realms. Throughout the ages, not many people had seen it before. Yi Fan poured the god spring on the undying mountain cliff. The god tree that had just broken out of the god source started to absorb the essence of the sky and earth. Its leaves were sparkling. They had a demonic quality to them. They were absorbing the essence of the universe from space. The flower bud trembled, and then with a sudden pop, a petal bloomed. At this moment, a rain of light filled the sky, submerging the entire cliff. If not for Yi Fan laying down a grand array in advance, Everyone in the celestial court would have seen this scene. Everyone was shaken. There were actually immortal figures dancing within the rain of light. They looked extremely mysterious and made everyone's expressions change. No one wanted to miss out on this. They stared at this flower without blinking. Flower petals bloomed one after another. They were gorgeous to the extreme, beautiful to the point where they could confuse one's mind. Even those as powerful as the people here were captivated. Their primordial spirits became unstable, about to leave their bodies. This was just too shocking. It was hard to imagine that they were so powerful, yet they were still almost lost. They were like moths flying into a flame under the fragrance and brilliant rain of light. It was as if they were going to sublimate together with it and then merge into the natural laws of heaven and earth. When the last petal bloomed, beams of light rushed into the heavens from the celestial court, piercing through the great cosmos. No one knew what happened here. The outside world was all shocked. At this moment, forget about Komatsu, Little Ting Ting, and the others, even Yi Fan's body was greatly shaken. He revealed a look of disbelief. Under the beautiful splendor that even great emperors were about to become intoxicated, a tangible fairy flew out. She danced about, guiding one's primordial spirit over. That was the stamen of the deity flower. It was actually humanoid and the size of a fist. It was a vivid and lifelike little fairy that flew about above the flower. She danced about the world of mortals, stirring up the silence of endless ages. Heaven and earth were disturbed, and the river of time was severed. Half a day later, everyone completely left. They already admired that type of extreme beauty, feeling a type of indistinct natural laws and trajectory. If they continued watching, their primordial spirits would become unstable. On the cliff, only Yi Fan and the little girl remained. One was someone who could truly kill an ancient emperor, and the other was extremely pure and innocent with shocking origins. Only they could watch without any restraints. The little girl propped up her chin and blinked her large eyes. She remained clear-headed from start to finish and wasn't moved by this flower. She accompanied Yi Fan as he watched. How great would it be if Little Purple was here? This flower really is so beautiful, she said softly. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He originally thought that he was the only one in this world who could look at this flower often and not retreat. He never thought that the little girl would be this powerful. Her large pure eyes were full of admiration, and she wasn't bewitched in the slightest. He calmed down and slowly comprehended. This flower immediately became different in his eyes. It turned into strand after strand of lines, and the rain of light also became indistinct symbols that guided his mind. Yi Fan sat cross-legged just like that and didn't move at all. This observation lasted for an entire 10 years. He comprehended, created methods, and developed the Tao. His entire being became more and more unfathomable. During these 10 years, Yi Tong and the others also came again, but they wouldn't stay for long and would quickly leave. Only the little girl stayed here tirelessly. Yi Fan was comprehending the Tao, and she was sincerely admiring the flower. Little girl seems to have seen this flower before. This flower feels a bit familiar, the little girl said softly in unison and said in a somewhat adorable manner. Yi Fan's heart was greatly shaken. This flower would only bloom again after at least 100,000 years. The divine flower never withered. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. It was sparkling and glistening, and its stamen was like a flying immortal. Different from the legends, it didn't wither after blooming. More than 100 years later, even the little Nan Nan got tired of looking at it. Then she was brought away. Yi Fan cultivated in isolation here alone, all the way until it truly withered, turning into a seed. Only after 200 years did he rise up. The seed was as bright as a dragon's eye. It broke through the void and was about to fly away, but in the end, it was caught by Yi Fan and sealed into a jade jar. If I want to see it again, it'll be 100,000 years later. I probably won't have the chance. Yi Fan laughed at himself. After he came out of isolation, the celestial court was greatly shaken. Everyone felt that his eyes had become much more profound. They didn't know how much his divine power had increased, but his cultivation was definitely profound. Is the victorious Buddha doing well? He's in good spirits, but he probably doesn't have much time left, the monkey replied calmly. Yi Fan sighed. People would grow old, get sick, and die. He couldn't change all of this if he wasn't an immortal. Even though his divine power was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to prolong someone's life. The celestial court had the elixir of immortality, but the victorious Buddha wasn't willing to use it. He would rather grow old with the divine silkworm princess. He hoped to leave it for the person who needed it the most. His state of mind was peaceful, and he wasn't afraid of this kind of natural death. The chaotic physique has appeared again. Someone saw him traversing the star field. Not long after Yi Fan came out of isolation, he heard such news. He was slightly stunned, but he didn't say much. The chaotic physique had appeared again, and the entire universe was surging with a dark wave. Now that Yi Fan was the ruler of the world, who could fight against him? People kept discussing him. Some people thought that Zhang Byron might be able to fight him one day. The appearance of the chaotic physique immediately stirred everyone's hearts. This was the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. If they wanted to find an opponent for Yi Fan, this would definitely be the strongest candidate. No one expected that not long after Yi Fan came out of seclusion, he issued a decree. He wanted to flatten the forbidden zone of life again with great fanfare. This time, he wrote letters to Zhang Byron, the Supreme Emperor, Dao Yi, and everyone else who could fight. He suggested that this battle would quell the great calamity of the world in one fell swoop and solve the source of chaos for future generations. The entire world was in an uproar. No one expected him to be so direct. He wanted to go to war without any concealment and called all the experts in the universe to move out together. I have the same intention. The Golden Crow the Arch was the first to respond. He personally went to the Celestial Court to attack the forbidden zone of life with Yi Fan. After that, Zhang Byron and the Supreme Emperor responded positively. They wanted to act together with Yi Fan. This time, they wanted to kill their way into the last forbidden zone of life. Several hundred years had already passed since the last battle. These people's cultivation had all improved again. They were all confident and resolute. The Big Dipper, Ancient Origin Mine, High Heavens, and the Immortal Mausoleum were all furious. What kind of era was this? The outside world had invaded again and again. It was completely different from the past. Since the ancient times, it had always been them who instigated the darkness chaos, but now they had been transferred over. The contrast was so great that it was difficult for people to accept. No one expected that the influence of Yi Fan's call this time would be so great. In just a few days, experts from all sides had signed up to participate in this battle. In the unmatched universe, the leader of the world, the Saint Physique Yi Fan, is he really going to walk the same path as Heavenly Emperor Huang and Dizun? The various races of the universe sighed. They felt that this era would witness a miracle. In the future, there would definitely be a world-shaking event that would shake the entire history of the world. A sovereign descending into the world. Heavenly geniuses from all sides have come to help. The most glorious and brilliant era has arrived, surpassing the legendary era. Everyone in the world was talking about this. The Big Dipper was indescribably oppressive. Terrifying auras circulated through the 3 great forbidden zones every day. Everyone in the outside world guessed that a world-destroying war was about to erupt and that the forbidden zones were going to join hands. However, the final result exceeded everyone's expectations. The 3 great forbidden zones silently disappeared one after another, leaving the Big Dipper without a trace. What? Even the forbidden zones are scared of the Celestial Court, scared of the Saint Physique Yi Fan, and just like that, they went into hiding. The entire world was shocked. This is the human heart. At the crucial moment, they chose to protect themselves. In the end, they didn't join hands. After ascending to the extreme, they were all going to die. It was impossible for them to survive in this great golden era. There were too few ancient supreme beings left, and they couldn't afford to fight to the death. The Saint Physique also had his misgivings. He purposely did this to intimidate the 3 great forbidden zones, making them step onto this path in the end. They can hide for a while, but can they hide for an entire lifetime? Yi Fan said coldly. He moved out, leading the great army, including the Golden Crow Great Emperor, Zhang Bairen, Dao Yi, and the others, slaughtering their way towards a certain region. The victorious fighting Buddha insisted on coming along, because this might be the last battle of his life. He didn't want to die old age in the divine ruins, hoping to die in extreme glory. In the end, the absolute beginning forbidden zone and high heavens disappeared from the world, not discovered. Meanwhile, Yi Fan ordered people to find the immortal mausoleum, and a world-shaking great battle unfolded. Even though it was intense, there was no suspense. Yi Fan swept through this forbidden zone, killing the last two ancient emperors. After returning, Yi Fan secretly transferred a portion of the ancient emperor blood he obtained into the victorious fighting Buddha's body. When the latter found out, he immediately stopped him, but this allowed him to live for another 100 years. 100 years passed in a hurry. The world was peaceful, but the victorious fighting Buddha was about to reach the end of his life. And today, Yi Fan suddenly received a letter of challenge. It was formed from primal chaos energy, and the Tao laws were world-shocking. When this letter flew over, it directly blasted open the Celestial Court's southern heavenly gate. The primal chaos body was going to challenge the Saint Physique, and they were going to launch the most powerful collision. This news was like a clap of thunder, engulfing the great cosmos. Chapter 1784. The primal chaos body reappeared, and the world trembled. He was going to challenge the holy physique Yi Fan. Once the news spread, everyone was in an uproar. It was destined to be a divine battle, a struggle between dragons and tigers. It would affect the structure of the universe. The battle hadn't even started yet. Once the news spread, the various regions were already in chaos. Without confidence, who would dare to compete with the holy physique? This made people look forward to it. There were many geniuses in the present age, and the accumulations of the past were all concentrated in this era. Everyone wanted to clash and create the most brilliant sparks. Yi Fan had defeated the demon emperor and reigned supreme in the universe. Now, there were still people who dared to challenge him. If they weren't arrogant, then they were truly too powerful. Just because of the primal chaos body, he has the qualifications to challenge him. The most powerful bloodline since the ancient times. Once cultivated to the extreme, he will become an immortal and be revered in the human world. He will be unrivaled. I look forward to this battle. During these years, Yi Fan had been unrivaled in the universe. Not to mention himself, even others felt that it was a bit monotonous. Now that a powerful challenger had appeared, many people were overwhelmed with emotions. In front of the southern heavenly gate, Xianxia stood there. The tower with emperor patterns had been flattened by a piece of paper. Only a letter was stuck in the ground, surrounded by primal chaos. There was only one word on it: fight. Was there a strong hostility? Not really. There was only an unrivaled domineeringness, as well as a belief that he was supreme. This person was extremely confident. The primal chaos body has finally appeared. What kind of shocking performance will it have? The people in the Celestial Court were all looking forward to it. However, there were also many people who were worried. This was because this type of physique was known as the number one since the ancient times. Perhaps only the innate Tao embryo could compare to it. Yi Fan was very strong. Along the way, he had a glorious battle record that was rarely seen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been mentioned in the same breath as the venerable emperor when he was young. However, the primal chaos body was too famous. It could suppress everything. Such a powerful appearance inevitably made people's hearts pound. The space was noisy and chaotic. Everyone was looking forward to it. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in Undying Mountain, unmoved by the outside world. During this period, he only refined the divine embryo in the myriad chi cauldron and didn't let it grow. He left the power of faith on the altar and took the cauldron. 10 days later, in the mythical battlefield, not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan stood alone, gazing into the depths of the star domain. Everyone was waiting for this battle, but apart from Zhang Bairen, Dao Yi, the monkey, human demon, and a few others, not many dared to come. In the star domain, the heavenly magic eye, heaven-viewing divine formation, and other things had long been arranged. The various great clans hoped to see this battle. Rumble. Rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. A streak of blazing lightning tore through the cosmos and entered the battlefield of legends. Primal chaos surged and another person appeared on the battlefield. As soon as he appeared, everything became restless. A terrifying battle was about to break out. Many people clenched their fists, feeling even more nervous than the people present. His true appearance couldn't be seen clearly, only the surging primal chaos. It was as if he stood in an era before heaven and earth were created. All types of symbols appeared, 10,000 Tao resonating, as if he was a ruler. Clang! A bell rang and shook the universe. The golden crow the arch appeared and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's retreat from this battlefield. The final battle is about to begin." Crazy Ol, the victorious Buddha, the fire Qilin, the supreme divinity Yin Tianda, and the others nodded and left immediately. The battlefield of legends became even more silent. In the galaxy outside, everyone was shocked. This battle was no small matter indeed. Even the arch could only maintain order here and not participate in the battle. No matter what, this battle was destined to be recorded in the history of the most powerful battles between gods. Is the chaotic body really so powerful? Before the final battle, people thought of the intermittent legends that were almost annihilated in the mythical era. During that era, the chaotic body had appeared and existed side by side with the 9 celestial beings. This bloodline was known as the most terrifying, causing headaches and suffering for the ancient celestial being. According to legend, if such a physique appeared, achieving the Tao was only a matter of time. One day one would succeed. Moreover, there was no need to worry about someone achieving the Tao during that era. Therefore, there was a rumor that during that era, the celestial being and the Tao venerables who lived in the same era as the chaotic body were helpless and had seen blood. Unfortunately, in a certain era, the chaotic body could not mature and was killed by the celestial being while ascending the ladder. The Tao venerables also bled and suffered serious injuries. How could this kind of talent and such a result not shock the world? After the chaotic body died, its body was refined into a supreme array and became the carrier for the Tao patterns carved by the Tao venerables. It guarded the Big Dipper and was used to pave the path to immortality. All kinds of rumors spoke of the supremacy of this physique. "It's that person." Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan stood beside Komatsu and exclaimed. On the way from the Big Dipper to the celestial court, they had seen a person undergoing tribulation. It was this blurry figure with the same temperament. At the same time, Yi Fan also recognized his opponent and said, "It's really you." "That's right, I'm here to fight you one last time." The person in the chaotic aura said calmly. He was not as strong and arrogant as the outside world imagined. Boom! Without any warning, the battle between the two erupted. The chaotic aura spread and drowned out the entire battlefield. The outside world could not see the battle situation between the two. A great collision took place there. It was extremely intense, like a battle between thearchs. The expression of the golden crow the arch who was watching the battle changed several times. What a powerful chaotic body. Its reputation was well-deserved. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer did not disappoint them. One had to know that even the ancient celestial being was not this fierce in all the great battles that had happened in this era. Roar! As the battle intensified, the chaotic aura gradually thinned and a blurry scene was projected. A blurry figure was as fast as an immortal. Not only did the laws of primal chaos shoot out, but there were also all kinds of immortal spirits revolving around him, making him look like an immortal king. He rushed forward, shaking the entire chaotic battlefield and causing it to collapse. He drove the Azure Dragon, Snake, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Kuan Peng, and other immortal spirits to attack and fight against Yi Fan. So ferocious! Even Fire Qilin, this stubborn and resolute person, let out a sigh. Every immortal spirit was a type of great Tao formed from the most ancient runes. The chaotic body could drive all great Taos and represented the will of heaven and earth. It could kill until all things were destroyed. Yi Fan punched out again and again. The body of the Azure Dragon, which was as long as a galaxy, collapsed. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. The Vermilion Bird wailed mournfully like the sun falling from the sky. The white tiger roared sorrowfully as its mountain-like body fell into a pool of blood. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. Once he used the celestial the arch fist, the universe would collapse. This kind of combat power intimidated the human world. One after another, huge immortal spirits fell into a pool of blood. However, there was an endless stream of them. There were also flying serpents, immortal phoenixes, and others. Ao Shirshing, who had the chaotic body, was surrounded by endless immortal spirits. His palms and fingers slammed down, and the laws were like the sea. Yi Fan's body shook as he began to face the celestial the arch fist head-on. What a powerful person! Worthy of having the most powerful bloodline. His physical body is not the slightest bit weaker than the most powerful sacred body in history. It really is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They discovered that when the two collided, the web between Yi Fan's thumb and index finger split open and blood splashed out. This was simply unbelievable. What made Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others release a breath of relief was that this person's palms and fingers were also stained with blood. He was also riddled with injuries from the celestial the arch fist. As for the great Tao laws, they collided like raging waves. Resplendent light continuously scattered about as if immortal flowers were blossoming. Every single flower was extremely dazzling. Alcade is actually a alcade. Everyone was stupefied. When the primal chaos became thin, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. That person revealed his true appearance. His complexion was like jade, and he transcended the mortal world. It was actually Alcade. Didn't he die in the battle back then? He was killed by the sacred body Yi Fan in the 5th Imperial Pass. How could he return alive and even have a chaotic body? Many people trembled inwardly and revealed expressions of disbelief. It was difficult for them to accept this reality because many people had personally witnessed that battle back then. When the news spread, all the clans were shaken, especially the cultivators of the northern Dipper Star region. Their emotions were even more complicated. What was going on? In the end, it was actually him who came to fight a decisive battle against Yi Fan. I know. That day, he only used Yi Fan to break through the shackles. That body imprisoned him. Correct. Do you all still remember what he said that day? Everyone's hearts trembled. The scenes from back then appeared in their hearts. That day, the Alcade resolutely fought to the death. His body was stained with blood, but he didn't flee and instead fought a great battle against Yi Fan. It was because at that time, his path had already reached its end. The demonic body had imprisoned his Tao, making it impossible for him to advance any further. The final battle. Whether I break free or transcend, it all depends on this final battle. The desolate words from back then still rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. Even until his death, he was still narrating his own path. The Alcade should die. This heaven-devouring demonic art, this demonic body, has too many shackles. Only Brother Yi can break it. Those were his final words that made everyone's hearts ache. At that time, it was somewhat tragic. Before his death, he seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was both sadness and joy. His expression was very complicated. In the end, amidst his tears, he revealed a sunny smile. He waved his hand at everyone, and his body exploded. There was actually such a true meaning behind it. Everyone suddenly understood. Back then, Yi Yaoguang borrowed Yi Fan's hand to be reborn. In reality, after his death, the source of his body turned into 6,400 strands of essence qi that rushed into the universe's 10 desolates. Everyone saw that it actually contained a hope of survival. Alcade! Yi Fan shouted. No, the Alcade has already died. I am the primal chaos. He smiled gently, but there was an indescribable loneliness and sorrow in his smile that was difficult to conceal. No matter who you are, it will be difficult for you to escape defeat in this battle against me today, Yi Fan said. Perhaps, but I still came because this battle was unavoidable. The Alcade, or rather, the primal chaos, was as dazzling as the sun. This sentence alone was enough to express his intentions. This battle was indeed unavoidable. The two of them had known each other since they were young, and too many things had happened along the way. In the end, they were still standing on opposite sides. Only when one of them became the supreme ruler of the mortal world would the other fall. They were both dragons among men, rare geniuses with heaven-defying talents. However, one of them was fated to fall. Boom! The most intense battle erupted. A primal chaos cauldron appeared above the Alcade's head. It was a four-legged square cauldron, while a primal chaos cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles appeared above Yi Fan's head. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. Even their weapons were similar. Their cauldrons slammed into each other. This battle caused the sun and moon to lose their luster, and the mortal world to lose its luster. The Alcade had completely abandoned his original techniques, and his attacks were filled with wondrous principles. The primal chaos method power swept out in all directions. Yi Fan's Tao actually showed signs of being countered. As soon as his techniques were unleashed, they were absorbed by the opponent's primal chaos light, becoming a part of the Alcade's body. Everyone knew that Yi Fan had truly met his match. This battle was destined to be difficult. The primal chaos body was indeed frightening. No wonder the legends said that the celestial being had almost died a miserable death even before he had achieved his Tao. Kill! Yi Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and it was covered in blood. However, his willpower was unwavering, and he continued to charge forward without wavering. Boom! Their divine power was unparalleled. The earth-shattering attacks from both sides shattered the mythical battlefield, and the shockwaves spread to the outside world. This shocked everyone. Even the supreme battle back then was not this terrifying. Both of them used the all character, increasing their combat prowess tenfold. That's why they were able to unleash such a shocking attack. Zhang Bairen sighed. The Alcade had also grasped the all character, but this secret technique was not necessarily the key to victory. Any technique that reached the pinnacle was frightening, but at this moment, both of them were using them at the same time. This battle continued until the heavens and earth dimmed, and the entire universe began to crumble. The mythical battlefield had been destroyed beyond recognition. After exchanging thousands of blows, there was still no clear victor. This was the most terrifying battle that Yi Fan had encountered since he had ascended to the heavens. In the end, the Alcade transformed into a primal chaos furnace that charged forward, wrapping around Yi Fan and trying to refine him. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had transformed into a cauldron. He was first refined within the furnace, and then he charged out, absorbing the primal chaos light into his body and turning it into a cauldron. The hundreds of meridians in his body began to rumble. The two of them continued to slaughter each other. This battle lasted for an entire day, and its intensity was enough to make people tremble. In the end, the two of them fell out of the cauldron, covered in blood. Their bodies were in tatters. What an ending! This time, the Alcade will never be able to live, the Alcade said with a desolate sigh. You can live, Yi Fan said. He was covered in blood amidst the golden light, and he coughed up blood continuously. However, he was still smiling as he said, the universe is very large, but it cannot contain both of us at the same time. Yi Fan fell silent. My primal chaos body is flawed, and I can only cultivate it to this point in my life. The Alcade laughed bitterly, as if he was mocking himself, but it also seemed like he was telling Yi Fan a piece of information. Pooh! He exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He had truly withered away, and it would be difficult for him to appear again in this world. To have an opponent like you? The Alcade didn't finish his sentence, and only his voice echoed throughout the mythical battlefield. The heavenly wind began to blow, and the Alcade, an outstanding talent of his generation, had fallen just like that. This ending caused many people to fall silent. The victorious Buddha has passed away in meditation. Someone yelled loudly, breaking the silence. Everyone was grief-stricken. At this moment, all sorts of emotions welled up in their hearts. Heroes had died in battle, and the older generation had withered away. This was the path of a cultivator. The joys and sorrows of the emperor's path and the battles of the world had all been composed into a resounding battle song. The glory that belonged to a single person had been buried with the blood and tears of too many people. They had watched that person rise to the top, watched that person stand at the peak, watched that person overlook the world, but behind him were countless corpses. The path of blood was endless, and he reigned supreme in the heavens and earth. Enemies, friends, and family had all passed away when one reached the peak of glory. When one looked back, what was left? Chapter 1785. The battle ended, and the Alcade passed away. This made everyone feel complicated. Cultivators spent their lives fighting against the heavens, against the earth, against others, and against themselves. In the end, what did they fight for? What did they leave behind? It was still a pile of bones. Victorious Buddha, wake up! A sorrowful howl rang out. A group of people surrounded the old divine ape, all of them looking anxious. Yi Fan was covered in blood and dragged his heavily injured body. Everyone made way for him. Even the Golden Crow, the Arch, Yin Tienda, Zhang Byron, and the others didn't have any intention of making a move. At this point, he had an indescribable domineering aura. Even though he was heavily injured, he still intimidated the world. His gaze swept over everyone, making them tremble in fear. The old victorious Buddha's body glowed, and he had already started to transform. As an expert of this realm, no one dared to touch him, or else they would follow him and transform. Everyone revealed a sorrowful expression. He should have died 100 years ago. It was only because Yi Fan had refined a portion of his sovereign blood into his body that he had lived for another 100 years. This time, he had forced himself to come here just to see the battle between Yi Fan and the chaotic body. Yi Fan made a move and executed a supreme secret technique. His right hand drew a beautiful trajectory and kept the victorious Buddha away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly rushed toward the celestial court. Monkey, Komatsu, and the other experts of the celestial court retreated like the tide and followed him. Their hearts were filled with worry. Everyone knew that it was difficult for the victorious Buddha to survive. Perhaps they could only send him on his final journey. The mythical battlefield was silent. No one had expected such an ending. It's a pity for the Alcade. He's worthy of being a hero of his generation. Other than this, what else could they say? The sorrow and joy of cultivators, the fall of experts, and the dimming of geniuses, they might also experience this in the future. The news spread throughout the universe, causing a huge wave. In the celestial court, Yi Fan placed the victorious Buddha on a divine mountain and ordered someone to invite the divine silkworm princess because there wasn't much time left. Is there really no other way? The people of the celestial court were dejected. Many of them looked at Yi Fan. The monkey's eyes were filled with tears. He was a staunch person, but at this moment, he couldn't suppress his emotions. His only kin, his uncle, was about to die. This made him incomparably sad. Yi Fan ignored his own injuries and forced out a stream of essence blood from his wound. It was sparkling and had a sweet fragrance. He wanted to infuse it into the victorious Buddha's body to extend his lifespan. There's no need to waste it. It's time for me to die in meditation. Could it be that I have to learn from the supreme beings of restricted regions, rely on the blood of others to survive? Wait for me. Princess Divine Silkworm came. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to touch the face of the victorious Buddha with her hand. Everyone was shocked. If they touched her like this, they might implicate the divine silkworm princess. Not everyone was as powerful as Yi Fan. Yi Fan attacked again. A ball of gentle light flew out from his palm and enveloped the divine silkworm princess, allowing her to approach. Don't be sad. Who can avoid birth, old age, sickness, and death? We have been on the path of heaven our whole lives. Can't you get over this final destruction? The victorious Buddha was very carefree, but there were too many people in this world who couldn't let go. I have a way to suppress the victorious Buddha and seal him into the celestial source. He can maintain this state. Whether or not he can extend his lifespan can be left to the future, said Yi Fan. I was sealed from the primordial era to this world. Life after life, such a deep sleep is like a dead tree. What's the point of it? I might as well just return now. The victorious Buddha saw everyone's sadness and said, everyone will die one day. I've experienced what I should experience, so what's there to be unsatisfied about? The most important thing for a person is to be satisfied. I have no regrets in my final years. He spoke very honestly. Then, he pointed out with his finger and a blurry world appeared. It evolved into a country of mortals. Time passed very quickly, and he saw the life and death of mortals. We are the same as them, just that our lifespans are slightly longer. Their joys and sorrows, as well as their joy and anger, are also present in us. Look at how peaceful that old farmer died. Isn't that also a blessing? They couldn't live forever and couldn't step into the celestial realm. In the end, they would all die. It was just a matter of time. The victorious fighting Buddha had experienced the extremely glorious era when his elder brother was alive, and also caught up with the turbulent era after his elder brother died. His wife and nephew were separated. 1,000,000 years later, in this life, he experienced and witnessed the most magnificent era. The flame of his life was about to be extinguished, but he had no regrets. I'll go with you. Princess Divine Silkworm wiped away her tears and said with a smile. In the end, the victorious fighting Buddha passed away. In the dazzling rain of light, Princess Divine Silkworm also passed away. Everyone wanted to stop her. Yi Fan stopped her body, but he couldn't stop her heart. In the end, he sighed sadly. However, Princess Divine Silkworm was very satisfied. In the rain of light, she walked with the victorious fighting Buddha. The two of them disappeared from this world together, causing the celestial court to be in great sorrow. Uncle, Auntie! Monkey shouted, tears rolling down his face. Uncle Master, my condolences. The victorious fighting Buddha passed away very calmly. The two of them passed away with smiles on their faces, Hoa advised. Everyone went forward together. Although they were sad, they weren't that sad, because the two of them passed away with satisfied smiles on their faces. Perhaps that was a blessing for them. Apart from Monkey, there was also the little silkworm crying loudly. In the end, it was dragged away by little Nannan. Half a year later, an old man came to the celestial court and offered flowers in front of the graves of the victorious fighting Buddha and Princess Divine Silkworm. He said, "We're all old and it's time for us to take our leave. You don't mind me being your neighbor, right?" "You are. My name is Gu Tianshu." The white-clothed old man reported his name. When the Black Emperor heard this, he rushed over with a roar and said, "Old Gu." Yi Fan was also alarmed. He came out of seclusion and entered the ruins of God to see this famous senior expert. "Old Gu, tell me, did the great emperor really pass away, or did he fight his way into the celestial realm?" The Black Emperor asked anxiously, his large claws grabbing onto Gu Tianshu's collar. "I'm the same as you. I was sealed into the source by the great emperor and fell into a deep slumber. How would I know?" Gu Tianshu sighed. How could this be? The Black Emperor was in a daze. The great emperor chose the Purple Mountain because he was waiting for someone, and that was the undying Sky Emperor. The great emperor has never been defeated or miscalculated in his life. I think he will never be defeated. He must have waited for that person. You're saying that the great emperor and the undying Sky Emperor are together? The Black Emperor said. Yes, as long as the undying Sky Emperor doesn't die, the great Emperor Wu sure won't die. Gu Tianshu speculated. Yi Fan listened quietly. When he reached this realm, the past was less mysterious to him. He could already guess some things. Gu Tianshu stayed, but he didn't have much life left. He left behind a few king medicines and gave them to the celestial court. 10 years later, he passed away in the ruins of God. There was a tombstone there, accompanying the tomb of the victorious Buddha. This was only a miniature version, but also a beginning. As time passed, old age, sickness, and death would appear on a large scale. A generation of the celestial court would pass away forever. Yes, the old madman and the human demon didn't have much life left. They would walk this path in the end. At night, Yi Fan stood alone on a cliff in the undying mountain, gazing into the distance. He didn't move the entire night. He was thinking hard. Was he really going to send them off one by one? This year, he was more than 2,300 years old. He had walked the path of cultivation for a long time, but compared to his lifespan, There was still a long way to go. I don't want the whole world to be silent and leave me alone, Yi Fan said softly. He faced the rising morning clouds and sat down cross-legged to think about the path to immortality. Walala. He opened the immortal treasure map and looked at it seriously. It was as if he wanted to see through it and see a vast immortal world. 2 years later, a piece of news came from the Big Dipper. One of the 3 heroes of Merak, Elder Wei, had passed away. Like the victorious Buddha, he didn't want to use divine medicines to prolong his life and wanted to pass away naturally. Yi Fan was sad. Another respectable old man had passed away. Back then, like the victorious Buddha, he had protected him. Now, he couldn't resist the passage of time and reached the end of his life. Yi Fan felt sad. From these people, he thought of the white-robed divine king and old man Gai Juyo. His eyes became misty. From now on, could it be that he really had to watch his friends and relatives pass away one by one? 30 years later, another new grave appeared. Yi Fan led everyone to pay their respects. This was the grave of killing Saint Chi Luo, the former guide of the Celestial Court. After seeing the prosperity and glory of the Celestial Court, the old assassin passed away with a smile on his face. The assassin erupted too early and unleashed all of his potential. His body was already empty. He had also been glorious before, but in his later years, it was destined that there wouldn't be any miracles. His cultivation in the Celestial Court wasn't very high, but he was deeply respected by the younger generation. Without him, there might not be the current Celestial Court. He was a respectable guide. Yi Fan rushed into the sky and roared loudly. Half of the universe trembled and many people were overwhelmed with shock. There was a type of pain in his heart. He felt a type of powerlessness. His strength was rarely seen since ancient times, but in the end, there was still a time when his strength was exhausted. He couldn't save the lives of the elders around him one after another. Seeing these respectable people pass away one after another, Yi Fan felt very sad in his heart. After a year of silence, Yi Fan came out again. He brought little Nan Nan along and left the Celestial Court. Big brother, where are we going? We are going to search for immortals and some things related to longevity, replied Yi Fan. He unfolded the immortal treasure map and stared at it seriously. He held it as he traveled through the universe, trying his best to find something. This map was most likely something from the chaotic ancient times. As for the imprint on the back, it should have been added by later generations. Dang, when he found a certain place, he heard the deafening sound of the immortal bell. However, he couldn't obtain it. The bell melted into the void and entered an unknown chaotic realm. The sound of the bell faded away. After that, Yi Fan came to the Big Dipper. He went deep underground in search of the ancient Desolation Pagoda. This pagoda was the same. It had long become sentient. Even though he was a great emperor-level expert, he couldn't find it without its approval. The pagoda didn't leave a mark and melted into his domain. It's much more refined than the cauldron of a venerable emperor. Yi Fan could only sigh in admiration. Big brother, where are we going? Asked little Nan Nan. The place we're going to this time might be dangerous for Nan Nan. Wait for me here, said Yi Fan. However, that place might also need little Nan Nan. Nan Nan isn't afraid, said the little girl in a cute and innocent manner. Yi Fan shook his head resolutely. He then tore apart the universe with his divine sense and called Komatsu over. He told him to accompany little Nan Nan and to protect her well. He told him to wait outside the forbidden ancient land. He himself strode forward and walked towards the only life-forbidden area in the Big Dipper. Chapter 1786. The 9 sacred mountains of the ancient desolate forbidden land had collapsed a long time ago, but now, this place was still lush with trees. There was a huge abyss at the center that went straight underground. In the past 2,000 years, the world continuously underwent shocking changes. The great forbidden areas were either flattened or disappeared. Only this last one remained. After so many years, no one dared to set foot here. They were filled with reverence towards this place. Many people already knew that during the final moments of the darkness chaos, the Empress in the ancient desolate forbidden land awakened. She forcefully suppressed it and completely flattened it. This was a great merit. Yi Fan's steps were firm. After entering this place, his expression gradually became a bit absent-minded. This was not the first time he came here. The achievements he had today were inseparable from this place. Without the divine medicine here, how could he dissolve the sea of bitterness? How could he repair the scars of the great Tao? When he came here in the past, he was prepared to die. It was because this place stripped away one's lifespan, making it difficult for creatures to set foot here. Now that he came here again, the essence energy in Yi Fan's body naturally flowed without a single strand leaking out. Someone at this level was finally unaffected here. Yi Fan requests an audience with the Great Empress. This voice wasn't very loud, but it clearly transmitted into the abyss and shook the entire eastern wasteland. Everyone was in an uproar. Yi Fan had come, and he actually entered the most mysterious, ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Many people were shocked to the extreme. Were the two giants finally going to meet? No one thought that he came to flatten the forbidden area, because the Empress was the only master of the forbidden area who had protected the human race and suppressed the darkness chaos. Even though this was a dangerous place, as long as one didn't offend her, there naturally wouldn't be any danger. Everyone was afraid of her, but they also felt boundless respect from the bottom of their hearts. This really makes one look forward to it. The meeting between the divine physique Yi Fan and the Empress made the people of the world excited. They wanted to personally see what was going to happen. Unfortunately, they could only think about it and couldn't put it into action. Many years had passed. The plants here were still abundant, but the center of the forbidden area had become even more dilapidated. The abyss had exploded in the past and was covered in cracks that had never been repaired. After arriving here, Yi Fan didn't proceed any further. Instead, he sent another message, requesting to meet with him. Silently, a desolate slave appeared. He was dressed in ancient clothes. He was ancient sage Xia Feng, and he had paid an audience with the Azure Emperor many times in the past. In the end, he fell into this abyss. With a blank expression, he gestured to Yi Fan, inviting him into the abyss. "Big brother." Outside the ancient desolate forbidden land, little Nan Nan looked on worriedly. She had a strange feeling about this place, and her heart was pounding. She was afraid that something would happen to Yi Fan. "Don't worry." Komatsu comforted her. He was very quiet as he pulled little Nan Nan along and waited quietly outside the restricted area. Yi Fan took a step forward, descending into the abyss. He immediately sensed a terrifying aura, and the essence energy in his body almost flowed out. He couldn't help but sigh. The central region was truly strange, actually affecting great emperor-level experts. It was shockingly mysterious and terrifying. Finally, one day, he stepped into this place. His emotions were complicated, and he didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Yi Fan was very curious about this place. He really wanted to know how the Empress had spent so many years underground. At the bottom of the abyss, there used to be large ruins, but now, they had all become ruins. What era was this left behind? It was hard to say. A huge stone door appeared in front of him. It was quiet and deep, as if it was connected to a vast celestial domain. A great empress seemed to be waiting alone on the path to immortality. This was a strange feeling that emerged in Yi Fan's heart. This place was so quiet that it made him feel uneasy. Moreover, the aura was even more astonishing, as if it could steal the essence energy of a great emperor. He glanced at Xia Feng strangely. This old sage's state was a little special. He was like a puppet, but he seemed to have some intelligence. It was precisely this special aura that allowed him to exist for so long. The stone door opened with a rumbling sound, and celestial mist immediately surged out, revealing a strange world. This caused Yi Fan's eyelids to twitch. When he looked at it, he thought that he had arrived at the end of the path to immortality, the heavenly gate. There was an indistinct celestial realm up ahead. It was within reach, but when one truly stepped in, it felt extremely far. This was something that was produced through great magical force. This place was isolated from the rest of the world. Immortal Tao laws swirled about, pure white immortal energy swirling about. The celestial domain was faintly discernible. A stalk of immortal medicine was casually planted at the side of the road. It was precisely that stalk, 9 wonders. Now it had already merged into one. It was a meter tall, like a tree, but also like grass. Its entire body was sparkling and flowing, 9 different types of leaves growing on it. Even though it didn't have any fruits, it already bloomed into flowers. Yi Fan stopped, feeling extremely moved. He stared at this stalk of immortal medicine at the side of the road, lost in thought. The reason he was able to have his current accomplishments was inseparable from this medicine. The fragrance of its petals assailed the nostrils, flowing with brilliant colors. The entire stalk was divine and illusory. The mother stalk that had merged into one was countless times more brilliant than before, surrounded by a type of great Tao profound mysteries. Yi Fan suddenly understood. This stalk of immortal medicine produced 9 stalks, and then merged into one. This wasn't done randomly, but rather the Empress deriving some type of great Tao. He walked forward. His mind was shaken, because he saw an enormous dragon nest. Chaotic energy surged, several coffins rising and falling within. Primal Chaos Dragon Nest. After many years passed, Yi Fan thought that they had already disappeared from Big Dipper. He never expected that the Empress would actually move them here. This further proved that she really was a vicious person. After more than 200,000 years, she had always been here, not dying. Now, Yi Fan truly felt that the Empress was unsurpassed. Was she going to compete with Huang in the Heaven and Earth trial? She definitely wasn't inferior by a single point. She continuously rebirthed, burying her past self, storing the coffins in the Primal Chaos Dragon Nest. Just how heaven-defying was this? The Primal Chaos Dragon Nest that was viewed by the 10,000 archaic races to be on par with Purple Mountain, the ancient Emperor Mountain, could actually only serve as her burial ground. A golden true dragon flew about. When it saw Yi Fan, it seemed to be startled, fleeing into the dragon nest like a wisp of smoke. Yi Fan was speechless. This was precisely the true dragon undying medicine that he almost caught back then. It was quiet the entire time, Xia Feng like a ghost, not saying a single word from start to finish. After a while, they arrived at the innermost depths. A simple and ancient bronze palace appeared, standing in the midst of an immortal realm. It was accompanied by clear springs and decorated with wondrous grasses and divine flowers. The ancient palace looked very grand. Seeing the bronze immortal palace again, Yi Fan's heart rose and fell. He thought back to when he had just met Ji Ziyue and entered this palace together. Now that he thought about it, it felt like it was just yesterday. It made his heart ache. At that time, he was still a small cultivator who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Being able to come out alive was truly a miracle. However, he could no longer see the person who had entered this place with him. He felt bitter and hurt in his heart. He stood there for a while before putting away his disappointment and following ancient sage Xia Feng into the bronze palace. After passing through several palaces, they arrived at a boundlessly grand palace. It was no longer as dangerous as before, and auspicious energy seeped out. It was very smooth. After arriving here, Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He saw more than 10 desolate slaves and recognized one of them. He was practically stunned. Xiling! Yi Fan cried out hoarsely. He saw a person he never expected to see here. Back then, they set sail from the other side of the starry heavens. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought them to the other side. A total of more than 10 people had crossed the starry heavens. More than 2,000 years had passed, and they had found nearly all the living people except for one person. Back then, they were forced to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land to gather herbs. When Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling fled, they had barged into the immortal palaces left behind by the ancient heaven. They had stepped into different formations and arrived in different starry heavens. The others had already found Zhang Xiling, but he was still nowhere to be found. Yi Fan never imagined that he would reunite with Zhang Xiling here under such circumstances. When Zhang Xiling heard the sincere call of friendship, he turned around, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded woodenly. How could this be? Yi Fan could never have imagined that Zhang Xiling would fall into the ancient desolate forbidden land and become a desolate slave. After so many years, Zhang Xiling was still young. Time had not left any traces on his body. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Zhang Ziling's condition was very special. Although he was dead, he still had a bit of intelligence. Yi Fan believed that with his methods, he could reverse the situation. He was just afraid that after he returned to the world of the living, Zhang Ziling would immediately be reduced to dust by time. He turned around and looked at the center. He finally saw the Empress. She was sitting cross-legged in front of him. She was so beautiful that it felt unreal. She was otherworldly and indifferent. She was clearly in front of him, but it felt like he was in the celestial world. This was the ruthless Great Empress. She was truly a peerless beauty. She looked so beautiful and graceful, but once she turned sharp, even the world would be destroyed. No one could stop her since ancient times. If it were 2,000 years ago, it would be hard to imagine that one day, Yi Fan would be able to meet this legendary Great Empress at such a close distance. He did not know if she was still alive. She was filled with legends, and she was the most talented woman since ancient times. She was sitting there, alive and well. "Greetings, Great Empress," Yi Fan said. At the same time, his heart pounded violently. The Great Empress was shrouded in mist. Behind her stood two women. They seemed to be Taoist children. One was the heavenly jade holy maiden, whom he had seen before. The other one caused his emotions to surge up and down. It was actually Li Xiaoman. She had actually become a desolate slave in this world. Yi Fan opened his mouth and felt a wave of bitterness. Back then, he was the one who had personally knocked Li Xiaoman into the abyss. The Great Empress opened her eyes. She looked a little dazed, but after a moment, her eyes became clear. She did not say anything. She raised her hand, and a praying mat appeared. It was completely made of Dao Qi. Yi Fan sat down very close to her. He restrained his thoughts. If news of him sitting opposite the ruthless Great Empress like this got out, it would definitely shock the world. "I'm here to ask the Great Empress for guidance. How to live forever. My friends are old. I don't want to watch them wither and pass away." "I know. The Great Empress is the most talented person since ancient times. I'm here to ask you to teach me." Yi Fan said a lot, but the Great Empress did not respond at all. Her expression was calm and indifferent, like a fairy carved from fine jade. After a long time, the bronze immortal palace quieted down. At such a close distance, Yi Fan could clearly sense the other party's strength and unfathomable depths. That's right. The bloody, immortal character in the depths of the bronze palace was left behind by the Great Empress after something went wrong during her metamorphosis. Although her body exploded, her essence spirit did not die. At this moment, Yi Fan thought of many things. Back then, the Great Empress had an accident during her metamorphosis, and her body had disintegrated. That hole should have been left behind by her. Suddenly, the Great Empress pointed at the desolate slaves. Yi Fan was stunned. Then he suddenly understood. Giving his friends eternal life like this? They would rather die than agree. The path to immortality and the method to live forever. Is there really no such thing? Yi Fan felt sad. If there was a way, why would the Great Empress turn these people into desolate slaves? Only such a strange state could allow them to live forever with the world. Yi Fan sighed. In this world, there was really no one who could be immortal. Even the Great Empress herself had nearly died during her metamorphosis. How can one not die? How can one live forever? Is the path to immortality a lie? Asked Yi Fan. He was not doing this for himself. He really did not want his friends to die one after another. The path that every generation has taken to become immortal is the path to immortality. The Great Empress finally spoke. Her voice was like the sounds of nature. However, when she heard it, it was like thunder in Yi Fan's ears. His body trembled, and then his entire body turned cold. Chapter 1787. The path that generations of immortals walked was the path of immortality. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. This sentence made him think of many things. Was this the Great Empress's definition and understanding of immortality? If she understood it this way, where did Ji Ziyue and Little Z go? What kind of place did they enter? Yi Fan clenched his fists, feeling cold all over. He couldn't speak for a long time and just sat there, unable to move. He only calmed down after a long time. He felt that he might have been overthinking. The great empress had only said one sentence and it might not have meant that. Yi Fan asked for guidance again, but the great empress ignored him. She was like a jade statue, beautiful and lustrous. She didn't speak anymore and treated her words like gold. The bronze immortal palace was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The outside world, however, was in an uproar. The eastern barren territory was shaking and the universe was in chaos. The meeting of the two giants affected everyone's nerves. It's hard to imagine that the divine physique has reached this step. He can enter the abyss to talk to that person. That's the great emperor. As someone from the same era as Yi Fan, when he looked back, he felt that it was unreal. What did the great emperor mean? There were too many legends since ancient times. Who could compare? He was unreachable in the hearts of the people. Who was the great emperor? He was even stronger than the people of the mythological era and suppressed the gods. Some people were sighing. Yi Fan used to be at the same starting line as them, but now he was far ahead of them. He could sit face to face with the great emperor and talk. At this moment, everyone was feeling complicated. This was especially so for those who had competed with Yi Fan before. Their eyes were filled with confusion. It was their fortune to be able to live in the same era as such a person because they had witnessed a legend. It was also their misfortune. The stars were bright, but who could compete with them? Under their brilliance, all the other stars dimmed. Are there immortals? Under the abyss, Yi Fan's eyes were clear and he finally asked this fundamental question. Yes. Towards this question, the eyes of the Empress finally lit up. She opened her red lips and only said a single word, concise and to the point. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently. It was as if a flame had been ignited in his sea of consciousness. It was like a celestial lamp illuminating the road ahead, dispersing the fog and making his gaze firm. He stood up and performed a great bow. It was just a single word, but for him, it was worth more than 100 ancient scriptures. The great Emperor Vicious had broken through the fabrications and pointed out a path for him. Immortals really did exist. This answer was like a lighthouse that flickered with radiance throughout the ages. The significance of this answer was profound and significant, and it strengthened his heart and Tao. If it was anyone else, it would only be a guess. Even if they said that there was an immortal, it would not be convincing. Only merciless great emperor's words could have such great influence. Yi Fan sat there quietly for a long time and didn't speak anymore. He was thinking hard. He knew that the Empress didn't want to talk too much. Some things could only be comprehended by oneself. The bronze immortal palace was silent, but the outside world was in an uproar. Experts from all over the universe were alarmed. Zhang Byron, Dao Yi, and the others all came and stood outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. No one knew why it was like this. Almost everyone rushed here at the same time. They felt that the meeting between Yi Fan and the ruler of the forbidden area, who was suspected to be merciless great emperor, would definitely have far-reaching effects. In the end, the Emperor Intienda, the divine silkworm Taoist, and all the other experts had all arrived. They had a premonition that a great change was about to occur, and everyone wanted to understand it. The Big Dipper was stirred up again. Why didn't the great emperor enter the immortal domain? This was another question that Yi Fan asked. It was a probing question, carrying a trace of apprehension that he had only felt after becoming a matchless expert. The Empress' expression was calm, and there was not a trace of fluctuation on her beautiful face. Her eyes were as clear as water as she stared at Yi Fan. This was the first time she looked at him so carefully, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Yi Fan suddenly calmed down and let go of everything. He looked at her face to face, and the bronze palace was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan saw some scenes in those clear eyes that made his heart tremble. It was as if a huge stone had been thrown into the lake of his heart. There was a little girl whose clothes were patched and tattered. Her face was dirty, and only her big eyes were like black gemstones, making people feel pity for her. They had no parents and only a youth to rely on for survival. Even though they were poor, they were very happy, and they smiled every day. The devil mask was their only toy. They didn't have any extravagant jewelry. In order to make the little girl happy, the youth used a bronze piece to make a ring for her. Even though it was very crude, the little girl treated it as a treasure. Later on, the youth was discovered to be a genius and was forcefully taken away. In the end, he was even brought to the five-colored altar. The little girl cried loudly and ran away in her tattered little shoes. She begged bitterly, and the group finally agreed to let her see him off. In front of the five-colored altar. Before leaving, the youth took away the devil mask and left behind the ring, leaving the little girl crying and falling to the ground alone. Her little hands were full of blood. Later on, a great emperor rose up and shook the ages. She didn't have talent and couldn't cultivate, but she defied the heaven and earth and became a celestial emperor. Her glory surpassed the past and present, and she became a legend. Yi Fan sighed and looked at the empress in front of him. In his heart, another figure appeared and overlapped with the empress. Tattered little clothes, and even her little shoes had holes in her toes. When she was scolded, she lowered her head and retreated timidly. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she left alone with grievances. Her little back was very pitiful and lonely. Little girl! Yi Fan couldn't help but call out. At this moment, the empress's eyes were no longer clear, but deep and flowing with nine-colored immortal light that penetrated Yi Fan's body, including his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan didn't resist. He always felt that he had taken away too many things from the empress. The 9 wonders medicinal fruit, the myriad qi, the immortal treasure map. If she wanted to make a move, then let her. He called out like that, but the empress was as calm as water and didn't respond. The 9-colored immortal light flowed and finally disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Yi Fan looked at her in a daze, not knowing what she was doing. At this moment, the empress's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, unfathomable. At this moment, Yi Fan was sure that little girl was also the empress. Was she the Tao fruit that the ancient supreme spoke of? But he thought that it was the empress's happy and satisfied childhood. Although she was poor, she had no worries. She had always been in the world of mortals. The elites, even the peerless geniuses, couldn't become emperors because of their obsession, let alone immortals. However, the merciless emperor rose because of his obsession and achieved the peerless body of an emperor. His glory shone through the ages, and no one could rival him. There was no sound in the bronze immortal palace. The empress was like a suet jade statue again. She didn't move, and her eyes were like the sea and the abyss. No matter what Yi Fan asked, she didn't open her mouth again. In the end, Yi Fan stood up and bowed to her. Apart from relatives, perhaps only the empress could bear this. After walking out of this palace, he could look down on the heavens. When he reached the door of the bronze palace, Yi Fan stopped and said, "The life of the great emperor makes people sigh. This kind of life after life, what are you going to do? Wait for your return." Contrary to his expectations, the empress spoke again before she left, and this time, she said such a sentence. Yi Fan's body trembled and froze on the spot. He remembered that in the blurry image he saw just now, the youth was no different from him. After standing there for a long time, Yi Fan's heart calmed down. He knew that the person the merciless emperor was waiting for was not him. That you was only one person, and it was that youth. As a great emperor, he thought for a moment and saw through the truth. It was right to say that the merciless emperor was waiting for him to reach the peak of his glory to see if they could reflect the same flower soul. How strong of an obsession was this? After thinking deeply, Yi Fan's heart moved again. The empress's gaze was too deep. What she wanted to see was also related to the extreme secrets of immortality. Not for immortality, but to wait for her return in this world of mortals. Yi Fan turned around and left in large strides. He leapt into the ancient abyss and walked out of this forbidden area. There were many people waiting there. Everyone felt that a great change was about to happen. However, when Yi Fan came out, although they felt that he was different, nothing special happened. Everyone was startled. After this experience, Yi Fan's temperament was different. His gaze was unprecedentedly firm, as if he wanted to see through the past and present. "Brother Yi, did you gain anything?" Huolin also came. After not seeing her for many years, she was even more elegant than before. Her figure was slender and extremely beautiful. Immortal! Yi Fan only said this word without hiding anything. However, everyone felt a wave of suspicion when they heard this. They looked at each other in dismay. Everyone was gathered here and had a premonition, but they didn't expect it to be this one-word answer. Many people didn't understand, but Yi Fan didn't explain anything. Outside the ancient forbidden area, Komatsu led the little girl. The little girl's pure and flawless eyes were filled with happiness. Seeing him return safely, she waved at him with a faint smile. Yi Fan walked over and picked her up. He placed her on his shoulder and left with Komatsu in large strides. The true experts watched quietly and didn't say anything else. In the distance, a few small cultivators revealed strange expressions. Was there still someone in this world who could sit on the shoulder of a great emperor? Perhaps it was only the relatives by his side. Master, did you gain anything? Komatsu asked when they arrived outside this region. Yi Fan sighed. His eyes dimmed. He had a great harvest. There was a divine lamp lit up in front of him, and he was unprecedentedly firm and confident. However, this path was too difficult and needed time. Could those people who were about to die of old age afford to wait? The demonic old man doesn't have much time left. I feel like he will pass away in meditation within a few hundred years, Komatsu said in a soft voice. If I forcefully take action, will they be angry? Yi Fan asked softly. After this day, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in Undying Mountain. There were no distracting thoughts in his heart, only thinking about longevity and immortality. The emperor's path was the final point. All supreme beings since the ancient times had reached this point. The path had already reached its end. There was no other path ahead. If there is no path, then we'll just step on a new one and continue it ourselves. Yi Fan knew that this was very difficult. There were so many heroes since the ancient times. The celestial being of the legendary era, the archaic emperor, and the great emperor of the ancient era all seemed to have failed. He was very strong, but could he defeat everyone? However, if he didn't do this, what else could he do? That almost illusory path of ascension needed another 1,000,000 years. In this world, apart from relying on himself, what else could he do? Chapter 1788. This was an extremely resplendent era, an unprecedented flourishing era. There really were too many heroes. The accumulation of endless generations erupted in this era, the brilliance leaving everyone sighing in admiration. In this era, bloodlines appeared one after another, and geniuses rose up one after another. If this happened in his world, it would definitely be a great shock. However, in this era, the stars shone resplendently. Everyone had seen too much. Even the children of restricted regions were killed one after another, and even the children of ancient emperors couldn't escape. Everyone became numb. I was fortunate enough to be born in this era, witnessing the extreme brilliance. Even the great emperors of the present age were defeated. Experiencing this type of era truly makes one excited. I was unfortunate enough to be born in this era, encountering too many geniuses. Even someone as strong as me has faded into the crowd. What kind of sorrow is this? If I was in another world, I would be unrivaled under the heavens. These were two different sides, representing two completely different types of people. It was enough to explain everything. Time passed quickly, and several hundred years had already passed. Yi Fan was already 2,700 years old. In his long life, this wasn't much. This period of time wasn't long, but many generations of people had changed in this world. During this period of time, many things happened. In the past, the word immortal from Yi Fan made many people's hearts flutter. In the end, there were supreme experts who couldn't hold themselves back. Relying on their strength, they imitated him and entered the ancient desolate forbidden land, seeking an audience with the empress. However, they didn't receive a reply. They took the initiative to jump into the abyss, wanting to pay their respects. In the end, a sparkling jade palm slapped out, blasting that supreme expert into a bloody mist. Quasi-emperor, someone from the 9th layer of heaven, yet he couldn't even take a single blow. The people of the world were shaken. From then on, even those who were stronger than him didn't dare to come and seek an audience. The ancient desolate forbidden land recovered its peace, and no one disturbed them. Everyone knew that there was only one Yi Fan in this world. He was unique, and not everyone could have an audience with the great emperor. A loud roar sounded. In the depths of the cosmos, a white-haired elder rushed into the sky. During this process, he continuously transformed, from an old man to a middle-aged man, and then to a youth. His 5 great secret realms were all shining, and within each secret realm was a miniature version of himself. They sat cross-legged, their eyes wide open, and beams of light rushed into the heavens. He was an old madman who wanted to forcefully achieve the Tao. Boundless lightning tribulation struck down. The resplendent sea of lightning drowned him. This was a boundless heavenly tribulation. He didn't have much time left. He refined his spirit, refined his void, and refined his Tao. He had to accumulate the last of his essence blood for this final battle. If one advanced to martial emperor, one's lifespan would be 10 to 20,000 years. If one failed, one would turn to dust, leaving nothing behind. Master, will Grandpa Feng succeed? Xianxia asked. Yi Fan remained silent. There was someone who became a martial emperor first, and it was very difficult for those of the same generation to overcome this curse. Since ancient times, no one could break this curse. Monkey, Mountain Phoenix, Longma, Pang Bo, Black Emperor, and many others came to watch quietly. Countless great tribulations flashed past, and in the end, the heavens collapsed. 10,000 Tao crushed down together, blasting towards the old madman. A single suppression, 10,000 Tao resonated. This was simply irreversible. Yi Fan's expression changed. Many people in this life had tried to defy the heavens and become a martial emperor, but none of them were like the crazy old man who suffered such a severe backlash. It was all because he tossed aside everything. If he didn't achieve the Tao, then he would turn to ashes. He was too domineering. Yi Fan took action, standing at the center of the battlefield. He used a supreme secret technique to take on the tribulation in the old madman's place. This was a forbidden secret technique, and all of the lightning radiance was drawn over. This was extremely dangerous, even more terrifying than the original tribulation. Yi Fan endured it all, taking on the unimaginable backlash in the old madman's place. Even someone as powerful as him was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely horrifying. Yi Fan could only do this because the old madman was truly too old. He was no longer the same as before, when his blood energy was still flourishing and he could roam the world unhindered. Now, the old madman was truly old, already more than 9,000 years old. If I can't die on the battlefield, then let me fall on the martial emperor's path. This can be considered the best ending, said the old madman. How could Yi Fan agree? Gai Juyo had left, the white-clothed divine king had left. In the past, he was powerless, but now, he had already dominated the world. He definitely wouldn't watch the old man pass away like this. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Yi Fan suffered the suppression of 10,000 Tao. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, but he forcibly withstood it and endured it. After this tribulation, Yi Fan felt that time was running out. The lifespan of the people around him didn't have much left. And this time, the heavenly punishment also shook the universe. Many heroes coexisted in this world, and they were all working hard to walk their own paths. They were all greatly moved. Someone is challenging Master again? I'll go this time, said Yitong. During these several hundred years, a few people came one after another. There were peerless experts, and there were also those who weren't that outstanding. The one with the weakest cultivation had just become a divine king, but Yi Fan only accepted this person's challenge. The others were handed over to his disciples. The reason was because he cherished talent. That person wasn't bad. Yi Fan's hand pressed down, feeling his will and Tao. He restrained his aura and flicked him away with a smile, bestowing him with a passage of scriptures. Not long after, Yitong walked in with a strange expression and said, Master, you should go and fight this yourself. Dao Yi had come and wanted to challenge Yi Fan. This person had done Yi Fan a favor. During the dark age of turmoil, he had lent the Tao evolution divine robe to him to protect his life. In the end, the arch armor had collapsed. All these years, Yi Fan had been searching for the fragments of the arch armor, hoping to repair it and return it to Tao. Unfortunately, he had failed. He stood up and walked out with a bitter smile. Why did this person come? During the chaos in the Forbidden Zone, Tao Yi had also helped him. Speaking of which, in these several hundred years, the Golden Crow the Arch had received even more challenges, even more frequently than Yi Fan. Batch after batch of experts went to challenge him and engage in great battles. If not for Yi Fan restraining him, Xianxia would have run over to join in the fun. It could be said that the Golden Crow the Arch could not bear to be disturbed. All these years, the Huasong planet had not been peaceful. Perhaps it was because Yi Fan had once defeated him and set an example for others. Brother Yi, there is no need to feel troubled. I am here purely to exchange pointers. If you want to fight, just fight. There is no need to worry, Dao Yi said with a smile. All right. Yi Fan nodded. He knew that it was very difficult to improve at this level of cultivation. Some people hoped to gain something from this peerless battle. In the mythical battlefield, a great battle unfolded. The aura was vast and mighty, causing the surroundings to tremble. Dao Yi had achieved the Tao in a different way. He had truly succeeded. Even Yi Fan was shocked and had no choice but to treat him seriously. This battle had a great impact. Experts from all over the world rushed over. Flames illuminated the sky and divine laws were matchless. The universe trembled and the world shook. This battle was incomparably intense, dazzling everyone who saw it. In the end, Dao Yi was defeated. Yi Fan stopped at the right time and used his own blood essence to heal Dao Yi's Dao injuries. He also evolved a part of the Dao laws to help Dao Yi comprehend the Dao. In the end, I was defeated. Dao Yi sighed. You were defeated by the shackles of this world, Yi Fan said. But you were not restricted, Dao Yi said. After a while, I will invite Brother Dao Yi to try to defy the heavens together, Yi Fan said. This battle had a great impact. It opened the prelude to a great battle. After that, many people began to challenge Yi Fan, wanting to fight with him. The Golden Crow the Arch finally let out a long sigh. He didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel sad. 100 years later, in the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was even stronger. Above his head, tens of thousands of Daos wailed. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everywhere in the universe felt an indescribable aura. They couldn't help but tremble. Was someone going to become their arch? He hadn't even passed the tribulation, but there was already an indescribable aura enveloping the entire universe, causing the starry seas to tremble. It's from the celestial court. It must be the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Is he going to defy the heavens? In an era with the suppression of thearchs, he can actually reach this step. Is he really going to defy the Tao and become a consummate arch? People simply couldn't believe all of this. The Arch, Zhang Byron, and Taichu were all alarmed. They woke up from their seclusion and opened their eyes. Brilliant light beams pierced through the sky. Master, did you really do it? You can defy the suppression of the world's Daos and truly become the Arch? Yi Tong was incomparably shocked. Yi Fan nodded, but his expression was very solemn. At this moment, Komatsu and Xianxia also rushed over. Then, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. On the Huasong planet, the Golden Crow Thearcha's expression changed. He felt an indescribable aura that made his heart palpitate. His Daos and heavenly heart, which had fused together, were actually trembling at this moment. He simply couldn't believe that someone was going to become the Arch and coexist with him in this world. This had never happened before since ancient times. In the end, all the supreme experts knew that Yi Fan was going to defy the heavens and create an unprecedented miracle. He was going to become the Arch. The light of the great heavenly tribulation flickered and rumbled. As expected of the strongest Saint Physique in history. He's special. Everywhere was in an uproar. However, the celestial court was strangely quiet because Yi Fan said something that shocked everyone. Master, you're saying that, If we all transcend the tribulation together and become thearchs, you will tear apart the shackles of the world for us? That's right. Yi Fan nodded with a solemn expression. This was the result of his many years of deduction. He had already reached the critical point and was going to defy the heavens and shatter the suppression of the world's Daos. Then he would lead the few of them to transcend the tribulation together. At this moment, Yi Fan used his divine will to tear apart the universe. He summoned Daoi, the monkey, and also asked people to invite the old madman and the human demon. The two old men lacked blood energy and should have died in meditation. However, they were forcefully cleansed by Yi Fan with his own essence blood. Thus, they were still there, but they spent most of their time in seclusion. No one expected Yi Fan to be so crazy and bold. He was simply too strong. This is too dangerous. Master, it's not a problem for you to transcend the tribulation alone, but if you do it for us, there will most likely be big problems. Komatsu and Yi Tong deduced together and came to the conclusion that it was extremely dangerous. Yi Fan's body and soul could be destroyed at any time. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. I also have a way to protect myself, said Yi Fan. Time was of the essence. This was the first attack on the path to immortality, as well as the first step. Yi Fan hoped that he could succeed. Daoi, the monkey, Jiang Tingting, the human demon, and the old madman came. After learning of Yi Fan's plan, they were all shocked. There's not much time, let's begin, said Yi Fan. Boundless lightning flashed in the sky and was about to strike down. Very well, then let's take the risk and create an unprecedented legend. In the end, everyone agreed. How many risks could there be in life? Several emperors coexisted, appearing at the same time. If they succeeded, it would create a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. The path to immortality begins with this first step. Yi Fan said in his heart. Then they disappeared from the celestial court. The group rushed to the desolate border of the universe and began to transcend an unprecedented great tribulation. Chapter 1789. Wait for me to break through the 10,000 Dao, and then you all can enter to face tribulation. This was Yi Fan's great roar. He then rushed into the lightning. This great tribulation was unprecedented. It was unknown just how vast the sky dome was turned into stellar ruins, the sea of lightning boundless. Divine laws were thrown into chaos, destroying all life. Yi Fan was going to lead a group of people to become emperors. This was unprecedented, rarely seen since ancient times. This matter truly left the world shocked. There had never been something like this before. This was a great emperor. How many people could achieve this since the ancient times? Now, there were actually so many who were going to break through together. When everyone heard this news, they could only stare with their tongues tied, speechless. This was just too inconceivable, a bit frightening. Those were great emperors, not some grass on the side of the road. It shouldn't be possible for a single one to appear in tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. The current situation was definitely not normal, too sinister. The aura in the cosmos was suffocating. Even though there was endless distance between them, everyone could still sense it. It was as if a million great mountains were crushing down on their minds. The desolate borders of the cosmos had countless death stars. At this time, they all turned into dust. Under the world-destroying lightning tribulation, there wasn't anything that couldn't be blasted through. Primal chaos surged, the scene of heaven and earth being opened appearing. Everyone discovered with shock that not only were there Kun Peng, Swan Ni, Soaring Snake, and others in the Sea of Lightning, there were also undying medicines rising and falling. This left everyone shocked. What was different was that those undying medicines were different from before. Right now, they were incomparably terrifying, releasing the aura of immortal Dao natural laws, displaying tremendous divine might. Behind every single stalk of undying medicine was a face, both male and female, shocking the mortal realm. They were too powerful, that type of natural laws impossible to contend against. Of course, this was something only people like Zhang Byron, Absolute Beginning, and the Emperor could see. They revealed looks of surprise, silently watching from the distance. In the sea of lightning, Yi Fan's power broke through the heavens, currently at the center. Divine radiance, lightning radiance, natural laws, and others all rushed at him, boundless and boundless. Stellar rivers exploded, the cosmos opening up once more. This type of scene was too terrifying, the destructive power incomparable. Even if ancient great emperors revived, they would still be shocked. These heavenly punishments were too powerful, able to hack supreme beings to death. Yi Fan's entire body shone. The myriad chi cauldron above his head floated up and down, advancing and retreating together with him. He continuously charged towards the sky, wanting to shatter the heart of the sky and tear apart the suppression of the myriad Tao. On Huasong planet, the golden crow Thearcha's eyes flickered, and his expression kept changing. Finally he sighed. This is unprecedented. All the experts of the golden crow race were trembling with fear. After so many years, they had already given up on the thought of revenge. Even though their race had produced a supreme demon ruler, he was defeated by the most powerful saint physique in history. Is he really going to defy the heavens? He actually wants to become an emperor together with his friends. This kind of method has never been seen before since ancient times. Who would dare to be so arrogant when becoming an emperor? Across the universe, some peerless experts sighed. This is too unbelievable. His strength is beyond imagination. He's even more powerful than father back then. Huolin spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance, and her beautiful blue hair danced in the wind. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like fine jade. Her beauty shocked the world. At her side, the fire Qilin also revealed an unprecedented serious expression. He was like a dragon leopard, his body slender and strong, his gaze sharp like a blade as he stared into the depths of the cosmos. Is he really going to defy the heavens? In the gods' organization, the white-haired sword god revealed a strange expression while carrying a long sword on his back. What a great saint physique! It's really unprecedentedly powerful. In the Tao Palace, the woodcutter old man sighed. Are we also preparing to undergo the tribulation? He has also informed us. Even though it's very rushed, it's not too late, the yellow-toothed old man said with a strange light in his eyes. At this moment, all the peerless experts in the universe were shocked. Huang Shudao, Yin Tianda, and the others were silent. This kind of strength was really beyond their expectations. Boom! In the sea of thunder, Yi Fan resisted. One after another, the immortal medicine unexpectedly became the most terrifying killing tribulation. Behind each medicine was a human face that emitted an ancient aura. It was as if they had existed for countless eras. As expected, the immortal medicine hides the greatest secret of the universe. No wonder even though the Arch wants to raise one to study, Yi Fan said softly. Even though he was in the midst of a great tribulation, he couldn't help but be shocked. As he pondered, he did his best to resist the heavenly punishment. All the thunder and lightning interweaved. Even the vermilion bird, she-dragon, and primal chaos god's shadow couldn't truly injure him. Only the human faces behind the immortal medicine were monstrously terrifying, like immortals descending to the mortal world. Is this the highest level of heavenly punishment in the arch-tribulation? The thunder became even more intense. Endless lightning tribulation descended to assist Yi Fan with all its might, wanting to stop him from becoming an arch. In the end, the immortal medicine flew up, and the other lights flooded the universe. It was as if they were going to pierce through the past, present, and future. In the boundless sea of thunder, all kinds of palaces and pavilions appeared. 9 layers of immortal tribulation, primal chaos world destruction thunder, immortal spirit killing sea. Too many great tribulations struck at the same time. This scene was too terrifying and couldn't be resolved at all. The golden crow the arch stood on the Huasong star in incomparable silence. What would have happened if he had encountered these tribulations back then? Kill! In the end, Yi Fan launched a counterattack. His entire body was drenched in blood. After so many years, this was the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries. His body even exploded a few times. He rushed upwards, smashing the heavenly heart imprint and smashing through all obstructions. He was like a demonic god, breaking through a resplendent light path and leaping into the 9 heavens. He wanted to compete with the heavens. At this point, who could injure him? He was already invincible in the world hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, how could he have flattened several great forbidden areas? But now, his body was exploding from time to time, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. His unparalleled physique was about to turn into a bloody mist, and pieces of bone shot out in all directions. The myriad chi cauldron had long since shattered into pieces. They revolved around him and were also reforming. "Master, don't force yourself," Xianxia shouted. The monkey, Dao Yi, and the others also clenched their fists. Yi Fan wasn't doing this for himself. He was mainly attacking the heavenly heart imprint, resisting the myriad Daos, and fighting against all the Dao laws since ancient times. This was truly heaven-defying. He wanted to shatter all the great Daos of the universe, penetrate the laws of the universe, and break through the shackles so that they could seize the opportunity to attain the Dao. On the Huasong planet, the golden crow Thearcha's face was pale. His body was trembling, and his Dao was wailing. He was actually trembling involuntarily, unsure of what was going to happen. If he breaks through the heavens and suppresses all Daos, will the imprint that I have fused with the universe be shattered? Will I no longer be the arch of the present age? The golden crow Thearcha's face was snow-white, and he revealed a look of horror. Yi Fan roared. He had narrowly escaped death, and his body was covered in blood. He didn't know how many times his bones had been crushed. He wasn't fighting for his own attainment of the Dao. Instead, he was suppressing all Daos, clearing the sky filled with Dao laws, and giving Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the others a chance to transcend the tribulation and become Thearchs. After so many years, he finally felt this kind of pain again. He was constantly facing the threat of death, and the entire sky was dyed with his blood. "Master, don't be like this. You can transcend the tribulation yourself in peace," Komatsu shouted. His pure large eyes were already filled with anxiety. "Yi Fan, don't do this. We appreciate your kind intentions," the monkey shouted. "Now that things have come to this, becoming in the arch isn't that important anymore. We just want to be able to sit with you and drink a cup of wine when we grow old. That way, we can preserve our lives." Dao Yi transmitted sound. The old lunatic, the human demon, and the others also roared angrily, telling Yi Fan to stop this kind of heaven-defying action and not risk his life for them. Yi Tong and Jiang Tingting even more so produced yin and yang energies, turning them into primal chaos. They wanted to guide Yi Fan back and not fight like this. They didn't want him to die. Pooh! Yi Fan exploded once again, and his body was blasted into pieces. Just like his cauldron, he was being tempered over and over again. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes became even more intimidating. He wasn't willing to give up. Boom! He had already blasted apart the heaven's core imprint, piercing through the 10,000 Dao and striking out a bright world. At this moment, the entire cosmos was shocked. They suddenly couldn't feel the great Dao anymore. Yes, all of the Dao marks seemed to have disappeared. The cosmos seemed to have been crippled. At this moment, everyone's hearts felt empty. This included the Golden Crow Great Emperor. He was shocked and his entire body was contorting. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white, losing color. With a trembling voice, he said, "Am going to fall from the arch realm?" He naturally couldn't accept this. He rushed towards the heavens, demanding an explanation. However, an even greater heavenly tribulation descended from the distance, making him immediately go rigid. That tribulation was an eternal immortal light. It hacked apart Yi Fan, turning him into dust. "Master! Yi Fan!" Everyone cried out loudly. They clearly saw that behind those undying immortal medicines, human faces appeared one after another. They each spat out a streak of light that turned into a tribulation, destroying Yi Fan. "I've already reached this step. No one can stop me." An angry roar sounded from within the ashes. Yi Fan's blood and bones reformed in the void, appearing once again. Moreover, that cauldron also borrowed the lightning radiance to reconstruct itself, suspending above his head. I've already opened up the great Tao once, making the 10,000 Tao scatter. This path is feasible, my deductions are correct. Wait for me. Yi Fan was fighting with everything he had. However, after a short period of emptiness, the 10,000 Tao erupted, becoming even more terrifying. They suppressed over together, causing heaven and earth to explode. Even those who achieved the Tao through other means felt fear. Yi Fan was like a butterfly in a storm, rushing towards the heavens again and again. However, the great rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, striking him down again and again. He was even smashed to pieces, his blood splashing across the sky. However, he continued to resist, unyielding, continuously rushing towards the heavens. Enough, don't try to be brave anymore. If you continue to delay, you'll even waste your chance to become an emperor. There's no need to be like this. We appreciate your kind intentions, but don't risk your life like this. You have to be responsible for the celestial court. A roar sounded from below, telling Yi Fan to stop his suicidal actions. Yi Fan roared angrily, not willing to stop. The path to immortality was long, and this was only the first step. He didn't want to give up, and he continued to charge forward. Kill! He roared with his most powerful voice, disregarding the price, rushing upwards. His entire body shone, and even his primordial spirit began to burn. He shattered the 10,000 Tao, causing heaven and earth to calm down. Now is the time. I'll stand guard while you all go through the tribulation. Yi Fan's voice was calm, but it shook the great cosmos. He smashed out with fist after fist, resisting the 10,000 Tao, scattering them so that they couldn't reform, allowing Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others to go through the tribulation together. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't hesitate. They chose to believe him, because Yi Fan was using his life to buy time for them. They all began to prepare for the tribulation. How is this possible? He really did it. No, I think that after today, there might not be any more divine bodies in this world. How could a human do this? Who could make so many people go through the tribulation together?